When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk.
This is Mek Wi Talk breaking news. News coming into a new center. Good morning, everyone. News coming to a new center. The Constitutional Court has struck down an extension of the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. The Constitutional Court has struck down the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution in Jamaica. We have on the line Conrad O'Brien, talk show host. Conrad, welcome to the program.
Indeed, Jeffrey, as we continue to watch this massive, there's only one word I can use to describe this, Jeffrey. This is indeed a massive development coming out of the Constitutional Court here in Jamaica this morning. A major body blow to the Andrew Holness-led government. Once again, the court has found an illegality into our unconstitutional act by the Holness-led administration. This time, as it relates to they tried to extend or extended the life of the DPP, no other than the Justice Minister, Delroy Chuck. He basically piloted that in the House of Representatives, and heads are all over Minister Chuck's face this morning, because indeed he was forewarned by the leader of the opposition, Mark Jefferson Golden, who really and truly shaping up to be the master of the Constitution here in Jamaica. Time and time again, it is proven that Mark Jefferson and his PNP has taken the correct action. And today we are seeing it once again. A major body blow for Paula Llewellyn, who would have gotten a first extension, and the government went ahead with a second amendment for her stay. And the Constitutional Court once again struck that down, Jeffrey. It's a earth-shattering move here in Jamaica this morning.
Let me ask you a question, Conrad O'Brien. But the Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, knew from the beginning that they were breaching the Constitution of Jamaica, and they go ahead and do it.
Well, there you go, because Delroy Chuck is no slouch around here as it relates to legal matter. He had been a lecturer at the University of the West Indies in the Department of Law for a number of years, a senior attorney at law, worked as being there as Justice Minister. So he should know his way around the block, as it were. But it's about being wrong and strong. And we continue to see these things happening within this Holness-led administration. We saw what happened even with the clerk of the House of Representatives recently, where the speaker decided that, listen, she is in her own little fiefdom, and she took responsibility on herself that was out of her league, out of her domain, to write the outgoing clerk, a letter which was never ever in her domain. So this is pretty much the modus operandi of this Holness-led administration. But indeed, they're looking very, very, very amateurish this morning once again, Jeffrey.
Well, let me say this, Conrad O'Brien. If they continue this way, they have breached the Constitution of the Jamaican people for many, many, well, As long as they're in parliament.
Many times, many times,
Yes.
many times. One would remember the undated letter. One would remember the state of emergency, to name a few. And now we're seeing this major one because, listen, the DPP's office is one that is basically enshrined in the Constitution. And to deal with things so glibly, it is indeed a major kerfuffle and a fall-up within the wholeness administration once again. What this means going forward.
Conrad?
Yes.
Remember, you're live on air. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm saying that it's a major kerfuffle, major follow-up on the part of the wholeness administration once again. And
so that means
also a raised question. Sorry, Jeffrey. It's also a raised question as to who is occupying the office of AG, Attorney General, who is advising, who is the chief legal advisor to the government. Are they taking advice from him, or he is giving the government wrong advice? Those are things that need to be examined.
I heard in a news article just a while ago that Delroy Chuck said that they will appeal the decision of the Constitutional Court.
Well, it is their right so to do. I think they have about 7 days from today to basically go ahead. And indeed, we're also awaiting costs to be awarded to the party that challenged this major follow-up. That has not come out yet. That will be given in writing. That was announced in the court today. So we are waiting that. And that also is another blow, because here it is, based on the government, doing, the people of Jamaica will now have to fork out money to pay costs for this situation.
And it's the same director of public prosecution who admitted on live radio in an interview on radio station that she has dealt with tainted jurors before. The same DPP admitted on a radio station in Jamaica that she has dealt with tainted jurors before. So it begs to ask the question this morning: is the DP if the Jamaica Labour Party should appeal the case, and would the Constitutional Court give them the appeal and she still become Jamaica's Director of Public Prosecution? At this moment, the Constitutional Court has ruled that it's unconstitutional to extend her tenure.
Yeah, indeed, Jeffrey. But what happened? We have layers of situation of judgment in Jamaica, and if it permits them to take it to appeal court, then that is in their remit so to do. So we can't argue that. However, what is clear is that this morning there has been a unanimous decision by the 3 judges that sat today and basically delivered this body blow to the wholeness administration. That is indeed a fact. So we'll have to wait and see what will come out of that appeal. I believe that it will be the same result. It will be the same result because it is patently clear, and they cited the section of the Constitution that buttress their argument.
Wow. You know, Conrad, as we sit here in our news center around the Caribbean and indeed internationally, we say to ourselves, at least there's still there's still the law going in our democracy in Jamaica.
Absolutely, the judiciary continue to be intact, and you know we sometimes you get a judgment that people will frown at because everybody always believe that, listen, they want the judgment to go in their favor, but the court doesn't operate that way. The courts operate on the facts that is presented in front of them. And this morning we saw where the Constitutional Court delivered with aplomb once again, Jeffrey.
Conrad O'Brien from New Salt 93 FM. Conrad, do you want to repeat what you just heard outcome of the Constitutional Court for us, please?
Well, certainly the People's National Party, through, I think, Philip Paul,
Yes.
and another member, they actually filed the unconstitutional action, contested that what the government did in terms of, putting Paula Llewellyn back in office as DPP for a third time. That bill was basically carried through the House of Representatives by Delroy Chuck. And indeed, what we saw today coming out of the Constitutional Court, they deemed it to be unconstitutional, and they basically struck out all of that and upheld the case that the People's National Party carried in the Constitutional Court. And indeed, the government today, through its Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, served notice that they will be appealing the matter. I am saying here, from where I sit, that I believe it will be of no moment, because I'm anticipating rather that the result will be the same, based on the facts that was basically pointed out by the three justices, and how they cited the Constitution. So it's going to be a very, very interesting scenario, and the news cycle going up to 5 o'clock this evening is going to be very, very active here in the space called Jamaica, land we love, Jeffrey.
Conrad, I wish you could stay longer with us, but I know you're somewhere right now where you can't stay longer with us. But if you care to call back in, Conrad, and speak with us, you can do so, please.
All right. Thanks, Jeffrey. I just stepped out of a scenario here to basically accommodate you. All the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good.
Yes, there you have it. The Constitutional Court of Jamaica has ruled. The Constitutional Court has struck down the second extension of the tenure of Director of Public Prosecution, Ms. Paula Llewellyn. In other words, the time has come for her to go. The Holiness Administration gave her an extension before. It was unconstitutional. And they're thinking about giving her a second one. It comes down from the Constitutional Court of Jamaica. And you're going to hear people all over the globe, all over social media, saying it's PNP, law, PNP judges and all kind of stupidness. The court has ruled. The Constitutional Court of Jamaica has ruled this morning at about, say, 15 minutes after 11 o'clock, 15 minutes after 10 o'clock Jamaica time, has ruled that the Director of Public Prosecution tenure as Director of Public Prosecution, the time has come for her to pack her bags and go. Pack her bags and go. But let us be clear this morning that Delroy Chuck, who is the Justice Minister, said that they will appeal the case. Now I pray and hope that even if they appeal the case, the same verdict will come out. That the time for her to go is now. You see what is going on? Are they gonna blame the dirty 30 for this? I wish I could get some comment from Wilfred Rattigan. Let us see if I can get him on the phone here. I would love to get him. I would love to get some comment from Wilfred Rattigan pertaining to this. Yes, I would love to get him. I would love to get some comment from Wilfred Rattigan and even some members of the Jamaican diaspora pertaining to this. The Constitutional Court has ruled. It just came into us live on the Mek Wi Talk program right here on Mek Wi Talk, the best in news. Here we go. This is Mek Wi Talk breaking news. The Constitutional Court has struck down the second extension of the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution for Jamaica. That's news just coming into our news center. The director of public, the Constitutional Court rather, the Constitutional Court of Jamaica has struck down the second extension of the tenure of Director of Public Prosecution Paula Llewellyn. The Constitutional Court of Jamaica has struck down the second extension of the tenure of Director of Public Prosecution. The Court of Jamaica, at least the people of Jamaica, this morning can say the law is at work. The democracy of our country is at work. The Andrew Holness administration continued to violate the Constitution of Jamaica. They continue to violate the Constitution of the country. And so, the Constitutional Court, with 3 judges, 3 of Jamaica's finest judges, has ruled this morning. The Constitutional Court has struck down the second extension of the tenure of Director of Public Prosecution. I wish I could get some comment from Wilfred Rattigan. Let's see if I can call him here. Hopefully I can get some comment from him. Because what is going on needs some comment from Mr. Rattigan. Welcome to the program, sir. We need some comment from you pertaining to the Director of Public Prosecution, sir.
Oh?
The Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Rattigan. The Constitutional Court has just ruled that her second tenure as Director of Public Prosecution is no longer, sir. Have you heard the news?
Yeah, I just heard it. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, once they've ruled, then it's time for it to go. It's that simple.
So your views on it, sir. You're live on here, sir. Your views on it, sir.
Look, the court has ruled, and I agree with the court. If the court says, I think the court says that the process to amend the Constitution was correct, but what they did after that was completely incorrect. And I think the court even struck some of the amendments or whatever they did to the Constitution. So it's very simple. They're saying that she's not entitled to it. The Constitution is clear that once you get to a certain age, you're entitled to 1 extension. And that's it. And she got the extension, so there's no need for a second extension. And so that's simple.
Yes. That's Wilfred Rattigan there, retired FBI agent, attorney at law, one of Jamaica's finest, son of the soil, giving us his opinion, his comment there on the ruling of the Constitutional Court. Would you say, Mr. Rattigan, that the court, at least the laws of our country, is still intact?
Yeah, this has given people a lot of confidence in the judiciary, at least at the Court of Appeal level, because you know that they came under a lot of scrutiny with the Vibes Cartel case.
Yes.
They got a beat down from the Privy Council. So to some degree, this will encourage people to look at them as, as a court that can hand down sound decisions that is free from being overturned on appeal. I don't think the government is going to appeal this decision to the Privy Council. It makes absolutely no sense, and it will just be a waste of taxpayers' money and just ridiculous in the sight of everyone. So I think she has no choice but to go home now. But here is something else that I want you and your listening audience to consider.
Yes, sir.
From the time she should have left office to now, several cases have been prosecuted under her watch. There have been several convictions. Will those defense attorneys now go to the court and say these convictions have to be overturned because we had somebody who was sitting there illegally making decisions on these cases?
Wow. Whoa. That's a good question, Mr. Rattigan, because if she had been sitting there illegally, that means that the case that she has presided over is illegal. Is illegal too.
Right, and that's somebody could easily make that argument that listen, in terms of our authority to approve the prosecution of certain cases, and in terms of her involvement in certain cases, I could see where a legal argument could be raised to say, listen, the convictions, they need to be thrown out because we had somebody who was leading the office and making decisions on these cases, and she shouldn't have been there. She shouldn't have been there. So we need to throw these things out and start all over again.
Wow. My. And it's the same lady, the same director of public prosecution who on a radio station, Mr. Rattigan, admitted that she has dealt with tainted jurors before.
Well, it's funny because if I was in my mother's womb one day long, I guess I would have been a prophet. Because if anybody should look at the promo put out,
yes,
item number 6 says DPP removal and discipline.
Wow.
And that was put out. I think yesterday or the day before.
And
yeah, so we're going to be talking about that on Saturday. Going back to the question, do we even have a letter? We have a letter that has been drafted. It was drafted long before the decision today, but it's going to be signed by several people, including the chair of the Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Dr. Rupert Francis. And that letter is one that's going to the Prime Minister, asking him to recommend to the Governor General to empanel a tribunal to look into the activities of the DPP in terms of having her removed from her position. Now, some people might say, well, then this is overkill. We don't think it's overkill. We think it's a necessary process because this has nothing to do with the extension that she was granted. And we could always appeal that. We're moving ahead. This is a separate issue. This is the issue based on what you just raised with the Vibes Cartel case,
right?
Where she made certain statements saying that she had dealt with the jury tampering before, and she acted in the same way that she acted with in the Vibes Cartel case. And when you're in the Vibes Cartel case, a juror was accused of trying to bribe the entire jury pool, and the judge had a hearing in his chambers. And when it became clear after listening to the four women of the jury that yes, this alleged bribe wasn't an alleged bribe, it actually took place, and the judge asked the prosecutor and the DPP. She wasn't prosecuting the case, but she was representing that day. She was representing her office. And the judge asked her, and she said no. She said, we want to move forward with this trial and also to keep the man on the panel. She said, let's move forward with the trial. And they kept the man on the panel. The alleged, the person who allegedly offered the bribe to the entire panel. And that's a matter of record. That's not hearsay. There's a transcript with the conversations. And the defense attorneys, they objected. They said, no, it shouldn't move forward because the jury has been tainted.
Yes. And
the judge went ahead with the DPP's decision and completed the trial. And that's one of the reasons. And that's the reason the Privy Council quashed the conviction. They didn't even go to the other issues raised by Vibes and by the appellants, attorneys. They didn't even go to those issues. The issues concerning the time late in the day that the judge basically kind of like forced the jury without rest to make a decision, and the other one had to do with the authenticity of the evidence. The communications evidence, the phone records.
Yes.
Right? They didn't even go to those issues. They just said, look, in the interest of fairness and justice, you can't have somebody trying to bribe the jury pool and you go ahead with this nonsense and say, let's finish up the trial. You can't do that. That's the issue that we are raising.
Mr. Rattigan, when you look on all of this, the Privy Council said, look here, throw it out. You have to start back over. She admitted the fact that she has changed her date with tainted jurors. Now, this morning, the Constitutional Court is ruling that she cannot get an extension. The question I asked of you this morning, sir, like how she's there now, does she have to remain there until the Minister of Justice appeal the case, or she's gonna say, "Look here, go home"?
At this point, I think she'd have to go because look, it's just gonna be worse because who are they gonna appeal to? They can appeal to I'm not sure about the process in Jamaica, but are they gonna file an appeal? The Court of Appeal to say reconsider your decision, and if the court says no, then the only place they can go now is the Privy Council.
And the dare not go to the Privy Council. And the dare not go to the Privy Council.
They dare not go to the Privy Council. So what she should be doing right now is clearing out her desk and her cabinets and just call our driver and just say, come and help me move my stuff, move my things. And in fact, what should happen is that they should have somebody there because she's been dismissed under these circumstances. Yeah. I will have somebody there looking at what she's moving. True. Because she cannot take government property out of the thing. She can't take documents that she shouldn't be that she has that she doesn't have ownership over or doesn't have authority to take out of the office. So I will have somebody sitting there saying, okay, let's see what you're gonna take.
You know, when we sit here and we see what is going on, Mr. Rattigan, the question must be asked: why is it that the Minister of Justice, Delaware Chuck, held bend in having this woman as DPP? Is it that they're hiding something from us, sir?
Look, this whole idea of changing the Constitution while there's a Constitutional Reform Committee meeting right now to determine what aspects of the Constitution should be removed. Part and parcel being the king being the head of state, right? They didn't even run it through the Constitutional Reform Committee. They just ran it and they had the votes in Parliament to do what they did. So you have to, you said, look, what is so special about her that they would want to take the extraordinary step to grant her an extension on top of an extension, which is not provided by the Constitution, right? When they asked her, she said that there are some things that she wants to finish up. I don't remember what exactly was it. But the question is that she's been there for what, more than 15 years?
Yes.
So she couldn't finish it up when she had to finish up that 15 years, but she went to finish it up in that 2. And it wasn't even clear about 2 because it sounded like they could give her up to 70 based on the amendment to the Constitution. So you have to say to yourself, it appears as if there are nefarious reasons for keeping her on. It just didn't seem, because she's no legal scholar.
Yes.
You know, she's not an outstanding lawyer because she lose a whole heap of cases that she should have won. A whole heap of cases. She lost a case out in a case having to do with a public official, I think in Harvard Court.
Yes.
Because she wrote to me and telling me that they don't really do those. They don't do cases in they do cases in the circuit court. They don't do cases in the parish court. Something like that effect. And I found out from a source that she actually represented her office in the parish court in a case against some public official or public servant, and she lost. You know, so it's not as if say she come in with, she have a sterling reputation and a brilliant track record that they would say we cannot do without her. And not only that. Remember now, if they gave her an extension for 3 years. So whatever it is that they felt about her, whatever it is that she needed to fix up, she could have fixed it up in the 3 years that she got the extension. People should not forget to know that this is not her first extension. This is the second one.
Extension, yes.
And the Constitution only provides for 1 extension.
So and that is why we need to ask the question over again. And I think I think Delroy Chuck needs to answer to the people of Jamaica. Why are you hell bent in making sure that this woman remain as director of public prosecution for Jamaica? Is it that she has something, some secret hiding for the anti-homeless administration?
Or she's their secret their secret guard where she can guard against certain things. Like for example, don't forget now the DPP can dismiss cases before a decision is made, except cases with in the military cases. She can dismiss criminal cases. She can start them, she can end them, and she can take them over. So, for example, if the corruption prosecutor say, "Hey, I recommend that the prime minister should be prosecuted," the DPP can step in and say, "No, you're not going to prosecute him," and that's the end of it. So we just keep in mind that that position is a very powerful position in the judiciary, in the scheme of things, because she can, remember this, she can start cases, she can end cases, and she can take over cases.
My. So there we have it this morning in Jamaica. The Constitutional Court has struck down the second amendment, the second tenure for the Director of Public Prosecution. We have on our line here our good friend, attorney at law, retired. Let me make it clear, retired FBI agent, Wilfred Rattigan, one of Jamaica's finest son of the soil. Mr. Oh Lord, you have a coming in, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, I'm applying to call, man. Okay. You have a question before I go?
Thank you very much. Go and take a call, sir. If anything, I'll call you back.
All right, my brother.
Thanks, man.
You will. Take care.
Yes, thanks, man. That was former attorney, retired FBI agent, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan of Regent Rattigan on our program here with us, the Director of Public Prosecution. The breaking news this morning. The breaking news this morning is the Director of Public Prosecution, the Constitutional Court has ruled that her second tenure is unconstitutional. In other words, make no sense. You come there. Okay, we have some hold on for me. Look, I get this because I think we have something coming in from the Philip Paula camp. One moment for me, please. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the program. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Regarding the breaking news.
Yes.
I just seen how Jamaican people react to this. I just need to remember the process that the government had went through to re-elect this lady.
Yes.
And have come through the court now. I said that to this, that it is now in the light that any case this lady would have been prosecuted in the past can now set for retrial, maybe thrown out, and maybe lawsuit, civil suit against the state for something that the government knew was unconstitutional before.
That's the exact thing Wilfred Rattigan is saying.
And you know what's funny?
Yes.
I'm not sure when these luminaries are educated people go into politics, they can't see their job description and their knowledge anymore. Then right, Chuck as an experienced lawyer who knew better. If it was a man he took up off the street, I could understand. He knew better. He had the advice of everybody and still made this blunder, which now brings us all kind of question right now.
So true.
There was a guy in the prison where I don't remember his lawyer. I think his lawyer is on work at the DPP office, who filed a case against her that she was unconstitutionally there.
Yes.
When she prosecuted him.
Yes, she did. He did.
So
He did.
Yes. Look what happened now. What the court rules now.
Yes.
Possibly may throw this case. Possibly may have to sue the state. There are a bunch of other things to come up. And she knew that the evidence was tampered with in terms of jury. And she still accepted it more than once.
So true.
How could you say? So now, all these cases All these lawyers, me have to know to review cases that should have prosecuted to ask question now. What you know, you put the justice system on a big question mark just because of politics.
Not only she alone, caller. The Justice Minister Delroy Truck has some answers to answer to the people, sir.
The minister too.
There you go.
Because he was the one who have given the order. But you know what I find very strange? There's some sequence of events I see starting around last week or this week. Cliff Rose coming out with an announcement. The government going to make some changes. Then, when he said that, then there's a report submitted by the IC and now this. So I'm wondering if the government knew what is coming and start to fix up their houses.
Have you ever heard this saying, sir? Fire the most still then think a cool breeze, yeah. The dirty had them pardon too. Hey!
More than dirty 30 I got them. They should have never done it. So I want to hear what the Justice Minister is going to come out and say. Or the so-called information minister who come and give people garbage all the way.
Yes.
Or talk garbage.
And I hope the Jamaican people don't go on social media and talk about these PNP judges. Those judges don't see color like you all. They see justice.
But Mr. Tavares, the thing is simple, you know. In the trial that took place at the Privy Council.
Yes.
You know what I find very strange? I saved the clip up to now. The gentleman asked the representative of the DPP if they have an updated version of the Jury Act. I have that on my phone. The DPP was crumbling in her bag. As the lead prosecutor,
They did not.
So as the lead prosecutor, you don't have the most updated version. You have to scramble it in your bag. Shows the level of unprofessionalism and unpreparedness.
And it shows the lords of London, because those judges or whatever they call Lord this, Lord Gifford and Lord Mifford and all Palarin and Lord Jeffrey Tavares, attorney at law, you know. You know that I'm a lord? I'm just kidding. You know, no, but on a very serious note though, when those people in the courtroom saw Jamaica's director of public prosecution shuffling like that, they said, no man, something not right with you.
No, but the thing is, there's only one simple question and answer to ask.
Yes.
Of all that you have said before the trial, after the trial, now the verdict come, now you go on radio station and make a blunder of yourself through your legal career and down the river. Now this ruling, there's no way. If the government appeal this with taxpayers' money, they should be gone already, but they need to go quicker than now. There's no reason to appeal this. The lady need to go.
Indeed.
And not just the lady. There's more ministers that need to go.
I personally think that Justice Minister Delroy need to step down.
I don't know, man. These are these people. The Prime Minister come out and said they need to get better pay to do better work. So I'm going to see if Delroy Chuck, since he get a pay increase, going to do better work now.
Better work.
So I'm just going to play. So I don't understand. I don't understand what these people is doing. I don't understand. We are going to force to keep a lady on, but we can't force in a budget to make no mistake. You put in like more for hospital bed, for this, for that. You are forced to keep on somebody where she did 15 years already. What 2 or 3 more years would have had? What she would have chance to Royal Reed?
That's a good question, you know, caller. That's a very good question.
Can those guys?
Yes, I remember those. Can you call me back, because I have a very important news clipping to play right now. Thank you very much for calling in.
Yeah, man. No.
Yeah, it's a very important news clipping to play right now. That the man who brought the case against the Attorney General of Jamaica, yes, the man who brought the case, Luke, I'm live on air. You want to come on? I'm live on air. Do you want to come on? The Director of Public Prosecution struck down her second hearing. The Director of Public Prosecution is no longer the Director of Public Prosecution. Paula Llewellyn, we're live on air. We're live on air. Hold on for me. Let me send something over to Mr. Cook. We're gonna have Josh come on soon. But I will send something over to him for him to get brief on what is going on. But based on what is going on here right now, the Director of Public Prosecution, the Constitutional Court. Let us read this. Breaking news: the Constitutional Court has struck down the second extension for the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. We have a clip in here. We're going to send something over to Mr. Cook for him to look at them. We're going to have him come on, George Cook. Hold on for me, please. Just give me a few minutes. We send it over. Mr. Cook, we send it over to you, sir. So there we have it. I'm getting some comments from all over the place, from a lot of legal minds from all over the place. From all over the place. We're having some, just give me a few minutes here, please. Don't go. Just give me a we get some, based on what we're hearing right now, we're going to send something over to someone else for them to come on to the program. It's me alone here today, so bear with me, please. But based on what we're hearing right now, Jamaica's Director of Public Prosecution, the DPP, they have struck down her second tenure. Let me get this over to get some, let me see if I can get something here. Just bear with me, please. As I said, it's just me alone inside here. We have to get this thing up and going to get someone else to come on to get their opinion on it. But what we're hearing right now is that the Director of Public Prosecution, the Constitutional Court, not the Supreme Court, Constitutional Court has ruled that she will not get a second extension to still remain Jamaica's Director of Public Prosecution. And, you know, the time has come for this to go home and sit down, do you know? She has reached retirement age. And I don't think she should still remain as Jamaica's Director of Public Prosecution. She needs to go and sit down. And as what we all are saying right here now, that those cases that she has present before the court before, those cases, is it that they have to retry those cases? Because she wasn't there legally. And somebody brought this before the court already, you know. And they didn't pay the person any mind. They did not pay the person any mind. So it's still, we have to ask the question, the Director of Public Prosecution need to go. And those people who they put there before, those people who they put in the court rather, the drag before the court, are they going to put a suit against the Jamaican government? Let us listen to what Philip Paulwell and his attorney just said outside the courthouse, the Constitutional Court in downtown Kingston. Let us listen to what they're just saying. We're just getting some clippings here from the courthouse. Listen to this, please.
We started our submissions in this case. The first thing that we said is that the case is not about the student. It's not about how she did or didn't do. It's not even really about the extension of the age. The case is about the rule of law, about establishing a principle that same laws apply to everybody, and that the Constitution needs to be respected. And we think that's what the court's ruling has indicated today. So we are pleased with the ruling, the result of the court effectively saying that the Constitution requires you to treat everybody in the same way and not mix with other things.
Does this mean now that the DPP will have to step away from office
as of today.
as of today? And there's no further challenge that she can make?
Well, I don't know what the government will do in response. We don't ask.
Okay.
Mr. Paula, what's your reaction?
Well, I'll start in pretty much the same way. We've always said that this was not about Ms. Llewellyn, and it's more to do with our fundamental belief and respect for the Constitution. There's also an important statement on governance. A lot of these things can be avoided, if there is respect for the opposition in power. And this matter could have been dealt with by a conversation with the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, and which is what the Constitution requires. And if that were done and respect is given, then we wouldn't have this unfortunate situation where a public servant is being embarrassed. So I regret that aspect of it for sure. But I believe that the judgment was a good one.
We have joining us human rights activist Mr. Luke George Cook joining us right now. Luke, welcome to the program.
Boy, Jeffrey, it looked like your goat mouth I catch everybody in Jamaica, so I don't want you making a prediction, and I am on.
What is your views on what happened when the Constitutional Court of Jamaica? Let me find back this thing here. The Constitutional Court of Jamaica, here it is. It says, the Constitutional Court has struck down the second extension of the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. Your views on that, Luke George Cook?
Well, the court is in its right. When the court, and certainly when there's the Constitutional Court, you have to look at the act in terms of the act that how we engage people for employment through the Service Commission. And the act clearly states that you must serve until the age of retirement, and this lady has reached the age of retirement, and one has to wonder, Jeffrey, if the repository of all knowledge when it comes to the law, especially as the arm of government that carries out prosecution against criminals in the country, if this lady is the only one that possesses such knowledge, and that that there is just a myriad of incompetent persons within her chambers. So we have to keep her because we don't have any. And in light of what happened with the Vibes Cartel matter that was brought before the Supreme Court, before the court in England, right? You look at it and you hear the court actually was chiding her to say, how did your chambers continue with the prosecution given the fact that there were some discrepancy? And so it was really eggs on our face. Now, one would wonder, why do we need to extend her terms of employment? And what then prevents anybody in the civil service to say, if it can be done for Paula, why can't it be done for me? And as a matter of ethic and law, I think that the court had no other decision than to say to the government, look, you have to find somebody else to do if we continue the work, but we can't continue. We can't continue.
Luke? Luke?
Yes,
I think we have lost.
No, you see, Mr. Tavares, in one sense,
yes, sir.
It's the lawmaker now become the lawbreaker, The people who must ensure that the law works and it works well.
True. We are going to hold on there for me, Luke. There's a clipping that we want to play because
That
the person who brought this against the Attorney General of Jamaica is none other than the People's National Party, Philip Paulwell, the Member of Parliament for East Kingston and Port Royal. And outside the Constitutional Court today, he gave this comment to journalists out there. And we can have a clip of it here.
No submission in this case. The first thing that we said is that the case is not about discrimination. It's not about how she did her duty. It's not even really about the extension of the age. The case is about the rule of law, about establishing a principle that same laws apply to everybody, and that the Constitution needs to be respected. And we think that's what the court's ruling has indicated today. So we are pleased with the ruling, the result of the court effectively saying that the Constitution requires you to treat everybody in the same way and not make special privileges.
Does this mean now that the DPP will have to step away from office as of today? And there's no further challenge that she can make?
Well, I don't know what the government will response. We don't ask.
Okay. Mr. Paula, what's your reaction?
Well, I'll start in pretty much the same way. We've always said that this was not about Ms. Llewellyn, and it's more to do with our fundamental belief and respect for the Constitution. There's also an important statement on governance. A lot of these things can be avoided, if there is respect for the opposition in Parliament. And this matter could have been dealt with by a conversation with the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, and which is what the Constitution requires. And if that were done and respect is given, then we wouldn't have this unfortunate situation where a public servant is embarrassed. So I regret that aspect of it for sure. But I believe that the judgment was a good one.
You know something, Luke? When you look on this situation, Luke George Cook, it begs to ask the question, not ask the question, it begs to say this, that the Andrew Holness administration has been doing this for a long time, breaching the Constitution of this country, and nothing comes out of it. Mr. Cook?
No, and no, Mr. Tavares, you wonder why them so eager to change it in the dead of night, and they go call all of who them like. And the people of Jamaica is going to allow them to continue. Now, you see, before me even hear what Philip said, again, me tell you, Mr. Tavares, I don't pay local news no man. Because if you follow where I go Jamaica, you have to put your brains in a safe place. It just don't make no sense. This lady knows she is part of one branch of government. And if anybody should be upholding the law, it's our deputy public prosecutor.
No, the director.
Director of public prosecution. And she wants an extension. So if we gave her this one, we'd have to give her next one. What is it that is unfinished in her office, in the chamber? And why is the Andrew Holness government so interested to walk with her and sing Kumbaya? Could she be possibly the piece in the jigsaw puzzle that gives them the win and fancy? Could she be getting advice from them how them can railroad the government? Because what a disgraceful way to go after serving your country.
My God.
What a disgraceful way to go. I mean, when you hear the lady speaks, she's part of the Vumvava and the Vumvavi, and I would want to think that with all the pomp and pageantry that she has enjoyed, she would have wanted to go in sort of a grand style. We bid her adieu. And let us see somebody now take over that office and try to see how best them can restore some dignity to the office. Because in the Vibes Cartel matter, sir, she has solidified in many Jamaican minds that the law is corrupt. That is what looking at Jeffrey. Me no care who get go constitution court. Finally, the PMP them had developed some testosterone of testicular. But in the people's mind of Jamaica, Paula Llewellyn has acted corruptly. Not my words. Just look at the comments that were going right across the length and board of the country. People are saying, she set up the man, the whole of them set up the man. And you know what I fear, Mr. Tavares, is that when people come on your program and them say, Lord, all will come for do a tear down the country, do they realize that the trust deficit between the Jamaican society and the branches of government have significantly ebbed away, that people not trust the system? And so you're seeing more and more, even in just mere engagement between, for one branch of government, the police and people. People are literally putting up a fight to the police. They are literally feeling that the necks of the government has been, the foot of the government has been in their neck, and so they're calling for an end. And before a volcano erupts, you look at the steps, and these are steps. Now, I would love to see what was the argument put by the Philip Paulwell team, and to read the ruling before I come on this program to see what did the judge in this regard say that says, okay, it is the Constitution of Jamaica that has been breached. And at a time and a juncture where this Prime Minister is saying to us, a new reform, modernized constitution need to be made, and we need to, especially those entrenched era that we use the word king to say that we are going to be now a sort of republic, and so we're going to use a president. And I'm sure you notice that we have allowed the constitution discussion to go on like a 9-day wonder. So when them happen upon us in a Jeffrey, when them come back pan, we now go even know officer, because by that time they might have had it ratified. Yes. And I'm sure the DPP would have played a part in that, and we would have to now accept the new recommendation or the new statute to the law. And so I say, adieu, Miss Llewellyn. Pack your bags, man, and go. And I hope that you have made enough money that you can go enjoy a weekend at Grand Leader Bracco or one of those bigger.
No, look, not Grand Leader Bracco. You mean Sator? How do you pronounce the name in France?
One of the chateaux.
Yes, in France.
She might own the one next to that, as it is alleged to PJ. But it is a shameful day to see somebody holding a high office as her had to be escorted out of the building. It looked like when you go for your peer, you trace your boss, and them said, throw her out of the building, man, and throw him out of the building. Might disrupt it might disrupt the thing. But the question begs, are the lawmakers, are they practicing what is in the Constitution? Do they have any respect for the Constitution of Jamaica? Does the Constitution of Jamaica carry weight for those who are our new slave masters? Because they seem to use it to their will and fancy, and the ordinary Jamaicans don't get a day off. you understand? They're dragged before the court and prosecuted, while these people, can you imagine all those people who are now at the retirement age, who was given the notice that their time is going to be their time is coming to an end, and that they should make preparation to depart, and they have left their offices and they wanted to spend a little bit more time because them know say going home now them can't survive on the
You look a trip and see penny. Let me run this. If you're just joining us, on the Mek Wi Talk program, and those who are on Jam Talk Vibes Radio, if you're just joining us, listen. This is Mek Wi Talk breaking news. Into us, news just come into our newsroom. Well, a short while ago, news coming into a newsroom that the Constitutional Court of Jamaica has struck down the second extension for the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. This court hearing was brought to against the Attorney General of Jamaica by the
DPP
opposition person in the opposition member of parliament, rather, Mr. Philip Paulwell. That's the Constitutional Court of Jamaica has struck down the second extension of the tenure of Director of Public Prosecution. We're trying to get Mr. Paulwell or Mrs. Donna Scott Motley, Senator Donna Scott Motley, to give us their comment on this. But bear with us, please. Just me alone in the studio. Luke, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Interesting days ahead. I hear somebody in your comments say if them now go just put in one of our friend. I know she has deputies. I know Lisa Palmer is there. I know that them said the young man Jeremy Taylor is a brilliant jurist. So it would be interesting to see if the government fast them two people there that has been in the wings waiting, because Jeffrey, them boy, I may tell you, in a Jamaica, them say if it not go set near, it go near. So, at a function for her, people were actually telling her.
Yes.
At a function for her, me say people that tell her goodbye, and then after then.
After them what? We are talking about the extension of the Director of Public Prosecution being struck down by the Constitutional Court of Jamaica. It happened about an hour ago, where Jamaica's Director of Public Prosecution, which I thought that she's no longer the director, because the court has struck down the second extension of her tenure. So if the court has struck down the second extension of her tenure, that means it's time for her to pack her bags and go. But based on all of that, we're being told that the Minister of Justice, Mr. Delroy Truck, the Minister of Justice, is seeking to appeal the decision by the Constitutional Court of Jamaica. We have lost Mr. Luke George Cook. But what we're having here on our program here this afternoon, it is now 10 minutes before 1 o'clock in the United States. It's 10 minutes before 12 o'clock in the capital city of Kingston, Jamaica. In the capital city of Kingston, Jamaica. That's what we're having here. It is now, Mr. Cook, welcome back to the program, sir. I'm going to ask you this. What do you think the Prime Minister is feeling right now?
I'm sure he's not elated. And then when you look at who brought the matter to the Constitution Court,
yes,
a politician that so many people are looking at now and wondering when he's going to leave the People's National Party. One that still have a matter hanging before him. I'm wondering if the Constitution never said, well, outside of the Constitution, if his moral constitution never said to him.
Hold on there for me, Luke. Hold on there for me. Sorry to cut you. News coming into us. The People's National Party opposition leader and the president of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, is set to address the nation, or the media rather, is set to address the media about the ruling of the Constitutional Court on the age of the Director of Public Prosecution. Mr. Golden, along with, let me see this here, what I'm hearing here, the opposition leader Mark Golden, Philip Paula, leader of the opposition business in the House, and Senator Donna Scott Motley, Shadow Minister of Justice and VP of the People's National Party. They will address the media. I'm going to see if I can get any feed from there. Luke, continue talking for me, please.
Yeah,
From
I would love to. I would love to hear, but it's interesting because, again, I said, Jeffrey, what is going to, for us to sort of get a concrete position, what was presented in the argument by Learn Coates, and I just remember that Philip Paul is a lawyer. just always see him as a politician. I forgot that he was a lawyer. That is his training. It's interesting data, Ed, because it begs one to wonder in light of you hear them. I saw something this morning that says Miss Curry is now breaking her silence. It leaves one to wonder if the PMP has now developed some backbone and have really decided that they are going to take on this government and the misuse of power that we have been seeing by bringing more court cases to demonstrate that they are not acting in the best interests of the Jamaican people, but they are holding on to people who may, I don't know what Miss Llewellyn's political persuasion is. I'm not going to sit here and pronounce that she's a diarrhea labor, right? But I just wonder why she allowed herself to have been caught in this position where, for the service and her tenure, and for those who had the respect for her when she took office, if memory serves me right, she would have been the first female director of public prosecution. If memory serves me right, I can be wrong. And people were delighted. And I knew her late mother, and I know how her mother worked hard and assiduously to raise her children, and for them to have accomplished what they could at the top of their career. And then to go this way, I said to you, Miss Llewellyn, you should not have allowed yourself to go that way. One must know when to hold it, when to fold it, when to walk away. When you're sitting at the table, you must know the hand that you have been dealt. And I believe that you must always put the country above your personal gratification.
We're trying to get the feed. Hopefully I can, from the People's National Party. Let's hope we can. Pardon me?
Have they started? Have they started? Is he at the court?
No, apparently they're going to have the news conference from the office of the opposition leader. I'm trying to get through to somebody here to tell me if that is so. If that is so, then
have you tried Akeem?
Let me continue talking for me, Luke. Let me get in contact with my good friend Christopher Henry. Figure out something here. Oh.
Hey.
Hold on there. Hold on. Yes, welcome to the program. We are here trying to get a feed from, oh Lord, the People's National Party camp pertaining to the news conference that they're going to have. Hopefully we can. Bear with me, please. Bear with me. Bear with me, please. Let's see if we can do it. Some work here to do. I wasn't aware of the conference, the news conference until now, as I've prepared myself for it, but I wasn't aware of it. I wasn't aware of it rather. So let me see if I can get through to something here. to see if we can get the feed in. I see where they send something else out that we need to do this, to do that, to get it in. Let us see if we can. Bear with us, please. Bear with us, please. Hopefully we can. Luke, are you there with us? I think we have Luke has left us, but we're going to see what we can do to get the live feed from the People's National Party media house over there in Kingston, Jamaica. Okay, hold on for me. I think I know what happened. Hold on. Let me do something else here. Send this over to not no. Send this over to here. Bear with me, please. We're going to do it. We're going to get into them. We're going to get into them. We're going to get into them. Just bear with me, please. Back over to here. Welcome to the program. Bear with us, please. We're trying to get a live feed of a news conference coming into us from the PNP headquarters over there in Kingston, Jamaica, to comment on the handing down from the Constitutional Court, the struck down of the Constitutional Court of the DPP. Let us see what we can do here to get the live feed in. Bear with me, please. I'm working on something here. I just got someone to just send me something here that I'm working on to get the live feed. So just bear with us, please. For those who call in, bear with us, please. We can't take any call right now. We have to get this up and going. It's just me alone here in the studio trying to get this thing working out. Trying to get this thing work out to see if we can get the live feed coming into us. I'm working, trying to get this thing to come up to us. Oh, here we go. Let's pray and hope that this can work. Okay, let's go into here. Let's go into here. Bear with me, please. Okay, what's going on here? Bear with us, please. We're working on it to get you in. Okay, here it is. All right. We're waiting on them to let us in. Yes. Welcome back to the program. We are going to get a live feed. We're just waiting on them to let us into this to the Zoom conference. I just have it on my screen here where they're saying that they are going to have the conference, the news conference soon. I'm going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We're going to have a live feed from the People's National Party news conference over there in Kingston, Jamaica. Read the handing down of the Constitutional Court on the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. Her tenure is up. It is unconstitutional for them to give her a second term as Director of Public Prosecution. As Director of Public Prosecution. Let us see here.
It bring back too much memories. I know all the parents make that miss you so much. I wonder if I have a problem I have with the picnic them. Because the morning time when I stand in my schoolyard there, so I miss the parents come drop off them picnic me. I wonder if them have violence I yard. Mr. Picnic pass me with suitcase. Good morning, sir. Mr. Della, where this I wanna go. I don't know if the government really understand what they're doing, but I believe that the Ministry of Education don't have a clue what them do. In primary school when we grew up, our teachers used to murder we. We're not born in a luxury now, we don't have rights. The rights so we did have a football when we were at school. So now, things and time change. I remember my primary school teacher in grade 3 give me a lick across my back every now and then me feel it. For one silly reason, you know, primary school teachers used to get extra lunch on Fridays. And when they come in the class, nigga write his kick in and then drop asleep. Them always put a maths on the board when nobody in the class don't know. And send you up one by one to go work it out. And if you make no mistake, you get a slap. Now that particular day, she put LCM on the board. And send me up there to go work it out. When me go, me get it wrong. And she hit me. 1 month ago before school break, my nephew come home from school. Me said the minister no know what them a do. The boy you do homework and me pass and peep in a book. Mathematics. And me look at the instruction. Find the LCM for the following. Me say lock up a book. If it lasts for so long and then can't find it, you not go find it. Shut it up, shut it up. And I am a very outspoken person, you see? And I remember when I hit primary school in grade 1, the teacher round me out so me not have no manners. Me just outspoken. Now we know that a teacher go to college for 5 or 4 years go study and come back to teach we. We know so them know everything. So the first day I was in my class, grade 1, the teacher run me out. She go college and come back know everything. She go up to the board and write a word on it. And then she turn around and of all the person in the class and me, she pine pan. I say, boy, what is this word? Me say, if you go college and don't know what me I go know. So she run me out so me not have no manners. And then I believe now, say, teaching is good thing, so me say me going to get into it. And right now I'm a teacher, and I'm the kindest teacher in Jamaica. Was. Anytime I go to school those days, me not pass any of my students. As long as I have space, I pick them up. I cut it out. I don't care one more in there. One evening I was going through the gate, heavy rain coming down. I saw 5 students standing there. Me know them I go wait up. So me with me kind self stop. Me say 4 of you come. All 5 of them come inside. I say I cannot carry all 5 of you. Somebody will have to go. Nobody move them sit down, same if I feed them vehicle. Me say somebody have to go. Nobody move them sit same way. I say, you know what? The ugliest person please leave. Nobody move them sit down same way. More than the little girl on the front touch me. I say then who I go drive.
Wow. Welcome back to the program. We're still waiting on a live feed. As soon as the press conference begins, we will bring it to you live right here on the Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Wherever you listen and watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, this is the Mek Wi Talk. The only channel can bring things to you. I mean, to be honest, it's a very hectic morning this morning. We're going to bring back in Luke George Cook. Luke, welcome back to the program.
You got the feed?
I have a Zoom link to the feed.
Oh.
Yes, I'm waiting on them to start. But in the meantime, can you just develop a conversation for me? Let me go and search something else, please.
Oh, my for co-host.
Yes, please.
Jeffrey, I told part cover me want to knock it up because this.
Not the part cover on the station, yeah.
Yeah, but this is one of the most positive news. I mean, I laugh off at nobody. I mean, I rejoice. But we need to see the law of Jamaica work, man, Jeffrey. Come on, man. Why is it that I haven't even read the story of what Miss Curry, but them say she break her silence. So me, I wonder if she had give a little better insight on the treatment that she was enduring while she was still the clerk of the house. But as I said, it is a good day. It shows that the court works. I'm wondering now if Mr. Rattigan was to revisit his the matter that was brought before and hear it in another court, the Court of Appeal. if it could have some merit. But it is a good day for Jamaican to see that the law of Jamaican works. And in doing so, I hope that this sets the precedence for what must follow. We must have the Constitution of Jamaica be followed to the T, and it must hold everybody. The man who lives in Harm's House and the man who lives in King's House. We have to abide by the same principle and the tenets of the Constitution. And I'm just saying, one down, I'm hoping that they will continue to beat and teach, and that they will go after other things that constitutionally we don't understand. But it is a good day for us to revisit the whole discussion of constitution reform. Now, it's not to say in what modern democracy, but the question begs, Jeffrey, where do we find a constitution on the planet Earth that encapsulates the fundamental abiding principles, and that we can fashion our constitution in such a way that it makes it's understandable, one, by the people of Jamaica, because a lot of people don't understand. They said the Constitution.
Sorry about that. I think we're losing Mr. Cook. But we're waiting patiently to get our live feed up. You may not get the live feed, you may just get a live audio. It all depends on how they do it, because I'm trying to figure out something here from my end. But based on what I'm getting maybe it's just going to be an audio. I was hoping that they'll put it live on their other page, but I don't see anything coming up on their page. But let me wait and see something here. But we are going to wow. We're going to see what we can do to get the live feed up and going. But we're waiting on something here. We're waiting on what is going on. We're waiting on it. We have lost Mr. Luke George Cook pertaining to us here. I hope you all can hear me. I don't know. I think it's going to be because they sent us a Zoom link. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out something else to see if I can get it from that end more than using the Zoom. Because if you get the Zoom, it is hard to get the Zoom into the system here. But I'm working on something here. So bear with me. As soon as the press conference starts, you will get either the audio and video or just the audio alone. You will get it. You want to hear what the opposition leader have to say about the ruling of the Constitutional Court about the DPP. So just bear with us, please. We're working on something here to get it to you. But if you're just joining us, here on the Mek Wi Talk program, let me do this over again for you. If you're just joining us on the Mek Wi Talk program, is that the Director of Public Prosecution, here you go, the Constitutional Court of Jamaica has struck down the second extension for the tenure of Director of Public Prosecution. If you're just joining us, that is what is going on right now. That the Constitutional Court of Jamaica has struck down the second extension of the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. That's what is going on right here, right now on the Mek Wi Talk program. We're waiting a news conference out of the People's National Party office, the opposition leader office, Mr. Mark Jefferson Golden. Luke, you here with us?
Yeah, but the internet now be good at all.
Oh Lord.
I have moved to another location with the hope that but from the solar eclipses, like we not get no service.
Okay.
Whether you're using the one that you pay for at home or whether you pay for the data plan, it it tends to just kick you out every second.
Oh Lord. Would you say that this is a momentous occasion in our country's history, Lou?
Look, I'm not gonna say that. Paula Llewellyn is a public servant, and I'm not gonna say that. All I would like to say is that I hope that the PMP them that has sort of found some backbone carry more matters to court, and we see if the Constitution work or not. The question now, Jeffrey, is if you're reforming the Constitution, where in the world, Jeffrey, have we seen a constitution model that actually works in the best interest of the people? There is no rejoicing for me. Miss Llewellyn should never allow herself to be caught in this spider web. And the Prime Minister, shame on you. If you are always going to be seen to be amending the laws and fixing the laws to your whims and fancy, to keep on public servant, what do you say then to give the Jamaican people the confidence that in this office of the Director of Public Prosecution, there are more than one competent person? Similar like how the Minister of National Security was able to say unapologetically, because I heard him in the comment, the men and women in the brown uniform are brilliant mind, they're learned mind. We don't need any help from anybody else to fight our crime situation. Even if those persons are Jamaican, born now residing in another global space. So if the Prime Minister needed to keep on Miss Llewellyn, Jeffrey, are we to conclude, Jeffrey Tavares, that she is the only competent legal man in the department, or she did not complete some things in her tenure due to COVID-19, and so this extension was to allow her to complete, hand over the file, and leave? I want to think that for the time that she was in office, the junior attorney would have been learning from her, and they would have understand their role and be ready to step up to the plate. Because if that is not so, then would we see her depart in office only when her eyes would have been closed in death? If that is that the only time? Because you see people are like a Parliament nowadays, then can't resign, Jeffrey.
No, because they are wearing pampers too, you know.
Yeah, so you ask yourself the question, is it just a few people who have knowledge how things run, or people have competence but we're not creating the space? And you know what is so ironic? Teachers, policemen, firemen, nurses are asked to take pre-retirement. Them leave 3-4 years before them tenure actually come to an end, because you say you try to clean out the space to make room for other people come show them talent, but not for the DPP. You are making an exception. And then, you know what is sad about it, Jeffrey? People actually believe that this woman might have been aiding and abetting the government in some wrong. The government have no shame about how people perceive them, you know. The government no shame how the Jamaican people perceive them, because, you see, I heard the Speaker though said the other day, sure, when people say the government is corrupt, it gives a sense to the Jamaican public that it might be true. But, Madam Speaker, if there is an illicit six, and you did not see it in the best interest of the people them who trust you to run our house and to run it credible, and say, look here, even my name that I'm going to take a leave of absence till my name is clear, because I want to give the Jamaican people the confidence that I am putting country and the development of this country over personal self, because I don't want the young people looking on who
Yes.
are our future leaders to think that all of us is corrupt.
Wow. Based on all of that, Luke, I don't think these people realize or want to know that the Jamaican people is
I
watching.
like your audience to say, at the
Yes.
first, Mr. My TV friend, them said that Ratty and the dirty dozen. Them calling it the dirty dozen to Jeff.
Yeah, man, they call it dirty.
But you know, I find it so funny. We know we are waiting on the feeds because I want you really hear what them, how them, and you see, by telling Master Mark say him can run Jamaica, you know, the man a beat and teaching and I telling us I'm ready, because he must put the fight to win, and obviously seeing that somebody may read one comment under the article where them say, huh? Dear, give the government another uppercut. No, never last time, you know. But you know what is funny? Why are they referring to Jamaicans who have a different opinion from the ones who are coming down here to network and to rub shoulder with the government and to talk bad about Rupert and the other people? Why are they calling them the fractions? What is that? They are members of the diaspora who recognize that them can't continue without registration because them no want to run MACA, the United States law, and then them find themselves and everybody else. This so-called fraction have done you all a favor, because sooner or later when the man come knocking, the tax man come knocking, you may just find yourself in a court situation where you are going to pay more for saying that you're trying to do good for Jamaica, because if you have allowed the thing to go on for all this time and it is not duly registered, and then when you're engaged in the Jamaican society, you want us to give you down to our grandmother's brassiere size. How do you account for that when you are not constitutionally duly registered in the United States? So them better tongue the clean 30 for trying to clean up the mess and don't make the whole order get out before the Jamaicans who wish to do something for their country do so in accordance to the law and the Constitution of the United States.
Sorry about that, Luke. Sorry about that. Where a lot of people calling me about the feed. A lot of people calling me about the feed to try and get the feed from a different angle. There's no other angle I can get the feed from. What they send out is what we have to use. If they're going live on their channels, I don't know. They send out a thing to me, and I have to use that to me.
What time is it that they said that they're coming out? Because wouldn't they be live on YouTube?
Well, apparently not. It's not all the time they come live on YouTube at all.
They must forget with the technology, you know, because let me tell you something. I admire Mek Wi Talk, the Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel, because we get news.
It's gonna be at 1 p.m. Jamaica time. It is now 12:20 in Jamaica. Thank you very much. It's now 12:20 in Jamaica. It is 1:20 over here in the United States. So we're gonna wait until we can get the live feed. I hope Luke can stay with me until 1 o'clock. I don't know, but
Mr. Tavares, while I am staying with you, let me just say to your audience that based on the call that came in the other day when you were on your Mek Wi Talk, Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel, that I have checked. I went to the gentleman's house the blind man that got the strokes, and I found him, and I spoke with his caretakers, and for the last 2 days, I have mobilized the help of the National Council for Senior Citizens and the PART program, because he's a PART beneficiary, to try to see if we can get him into a facility, one of the Golden Age home, but the two that is here in Kingston and St. Andrew, they are packed to capacity. However, in short order, we will require some things, because we're now looking to do a cleanup of the place that he's at. And if it is going to be a prolonged situation before one of the two entities can really strike a deal with one of these homes for him to go there, then we will have to engage Food for the Poor probably to look at erecting a new structure. So we have started some initial discussion with the property owner to where he's living in that deplorable house, because I was told that when it rains, I mean, it is flooded. And I have made contact with his daughter. He has a daughter that is residing in the United Kingdom, who says she's willing to work with us, but she really wants me to publicly thank those persons who had committed to assisting. And so while we're still assessing, we're not allowing the house to stop. We're just doing a comprehensive assessment, so we're not overflood and we're not overcompensate one person when other persons can benefit from it. So in very short order, I'm going to prepare you what is called a situation analysis, and you can share that with your listening audience, because I gather that people are waiting for an update. But for now, none of the two government agencies have been able to confirm a time when we can go in and really have them now, really. So they are depending on our second-hand information about the situation.
We're standing by. Luke, you just go ahead, Luke. Yes.
OT, what do you mean, Luke? No family.
Luke, we're standing by for a live press conference from the People's National Party opposition leader Mek Wi office in Kingston, Jamaica, on the situation that is the headline news out of Jamaica today. A live press conference is coming in, so we're waiting on that live feed to come into us. It may be both video and audio, but maybe only audio alone. But we're waiting for a live press conference from the opposition leader of Jamaica's office, Mr. Mark Jefferson Golden. The People's National Party took the constitutionality of the DPP and took the Attorney General to the Constitutional Court. And the verdict has handed down. The Constitutional Court is saying that the tenure of the DPP is unconstitutional. She cannot get a second term. So we're waiting a live press conference to come into us from the office of the opposition leader, Mr. Mek Wi. Bear with us, please. We're waiting on a live press conference. I have with me online here is none other than my good friend Luke George Cook. Luke, thank you for updating us on the situation with that gentleman there who we're trying to assist in the Waterhouse area.
I would like to say to Roger, when Jeffrey invites me on these programs, he invites me to give my opinion, and I'm never going to stop speaking because I don't take instructions from you. You believe, and you might be close to the PMP, so you know them better than me, but don't say that I am degrading anybody. They needed to develop some fortitude of testicular, and we're glad to see that in this regard, in this regard that they have done something in the right footing. People need these assurances when you're trying to convince them that you will make a better representation of the issues and the needs, and that you possess a greater understanding. So, when you come to criticize, sometimes you must understand that is why people don't like the political party. Because if you express an opinion that is not satisfactory to somebody inside there who might see it in one way because you're close to them, I have no close affiliation to any of the two political parties. So, just allow me my opinion, and for that reason, Raja, me I go even talk some more things. They needed to develop backbone, because there was one time when the opposition leader said, because we have a small minority, we can't get anything done. And all you need to do when you want to do anything, you need to start with one person who is competent on the particular issue to raise enough information and put it out there so other people can. So thank you, Raja, for your comments. I cannot tell you how you're helping me to grow and mature. I wanted OT to tell me no family, what he means, no family. Was he speaking to...
Yes, Luke.
Yeah. Yes, Jeffrey. So the feed comes through at 12 what? 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock.
I would like to hear.
Look,
yes.
if we listen to these people in the chat room, you see, we'll get distracted and do nothing we're supposed to do and speak about what we're supposed to speak about. If they don't like what we're speaking about, then go to other platforms. Simple.
No, we're not, man. We're not for run them. But you know what I not like, man? I when them, you see like them party, them speak like, remember there are people in this chat room are very close. Me not gonna use Diad. Jamaicans, me not call no them. Me not gonna say Diad, but that is what them call themselves: Diad PMP and Diad JLP. I'm a Diad Jamaican. I love this country above politics. Norman Manley said he was the father. He was the father to bring us constitution, and I'm wondering if Norman Manley was here. I wonder what Mr. Manley would have said about what is happening to this democracy. Because we're at a critical junction, Jeffrey, where constitution reform is taking precedent over so many other pressing issues. And so why are we rushing to reform? And then, Jeffrey, what is of a particular concern to me, see the reform that we're talking about, will that reform means that government will have respect for law? Will government treat the Jamaican citizen better in how they inform us, in how they conduct themselves in office? Should we not reform how the parliament is constituted to say that we do not want a speaker to be selected from one of the two Dia tribes, but we would like a speaker to be independent? And therefore we can open it up to say, if a Jamaican who is now serving in the diaspora, who wish to serve, has a chance to serve, and when the time they can also put their name in for selection, because we don't feel that when you have a speaker. And yet still, it's regrettable to say this, because when I'm asking around, I've been asking around, have the speaker always sort of have this chokehold on the parliament? And Jeffrey, believe it or not, you know what most people say? It's since the evil Pernell charge them say had a better relation with the parliamentarian than the last two. No, I don't watch PBC, so I really don't know what happened. It's only when you get the little back.
It's the truth.
Like, everybody has said.
Luke. Because both Dalrymple Philibert, whatever her name is, and the current speaker believe that the Jamaican parliament is their dwelling house. And they speak to the parliamentarians on the other side as if they're their children. And we must make it clear to Mrs. Juliet Holness, the Speaker of the House, that the Parliament of Jamaica don't belong to she. It belongs to the Jamaican people. And it's full time we make it known that the laws of Jamaica must protect the Jamaican people. In which modern democracy do we have a leader that is dragged, a speaker is dragged to the court, and she still the Speaker of the House of Parliament? That is why
that is the problem.
That is why I lift my hat to the Constitutional Court this morning for saying to them, the second tenure for the DPP can't happen. But sit down. It's full time. We have some laws in this country to say to the parliamentarians, you can't continue breaching the constitution of the land and get away with it. It can't continue. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah. Just let me just segue to somebody asking, Mr. The gentleman that we're talking about, that we're the Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel is organizing assistant for him. Yes, he has a daughter that I spoke to. I spoke to her. She lives in the UK and I spoke to her by phone. He has other children, but she is the one that is closest to him. And there are issues surrounding that, but we will not allow that to deter us. The fact of the matter is that in his community, what I observe about him is that even the children go and look for what they call chinaman. Even the children were there looking for chinaman, and chinaman seemed to have a good rapport with them. They said that chinaman was a master builder, Jeffrey, and he built a lot of those buildings along the halfway tree, a thoroughfare. He used to build. Yeah, but what I find interesting is that he has glaucoma in one eye and he has cataract, and I'm saying with cataract, you know that you can scrape it and the person would still have one eye. And when I didn't want to ask him too much because I mean he's weak and so forth. Why the doctors, even know that he suffered the stroke and spent 7 days in the hospital, you send him out, but what is going to be the long-term care in terms of helping him probably to see out of the eye that have the cataract? Or is it that he has gone legally blind in both eyes? But that is for the follow-up. But for now, between the young lady, and let me tell you something, I commend the young lady. I met 3 women at the location, Jeffrey, that the daughter said to me in the telephone conversation, none of these 3 women have ever called her to personally ask her for money for themselves. And so they are earth angels sent to help her father because they call in there. And just think that the primary caregiver she works at Mecca, a bar in the night, and then she come home at odd hour. Even when she come home, she check on Chinaman. So when the question was asked, if we can't find a place and food for the poor was to erect a structure, we would possibly ask a 2-bedroom. Would somebody be willing? Because you can't leave him in there because he tries to help himself to move around.
Yes.
And he fell and actually injured himself. And so, you know, him basically was trying to say, he feels like he's burdening people and he didn't want to totally burden them. But we were explaining to him that based on his situation, he need to sort of take it easy and allow other people to help him. We understand that man wants to help himself, but you have a stroke, you're blind, you're on medication. I saw she had gone to collect the medication that day, and the concern was, how do you then medicate him? And then because he's diabetic, you have to be careful of how you feed him. And they, we have to big up the Jamaican, and I want to big up the National Disability Association, because when I looked in the house, Jeffrey, he had some chemical, and the young lady said the disability, the people at the disability found here, which is a government entity, I think, the Jamaica Disability Association, gave him those chemicals for them to sell it on his behalf to make a little something. So while he needs help, undoubtedly he still needs help. And what them say, more one cocoa full basket, while we can, as I said, for us, Jeffrey at Mek Wi Talk, Jeffrey YouTube channel, and I'm sure we're moving now to the foundation status. We have to have a strategy how we deal with each case, how we do the intake. So I have actually developed an intake form, and I'm filling it in: medical condition, who we need to engage or write down, welfare, who we need to engage or write down. So right there now we have listeners of Jeffrey, the Mek Wi Talk YouTube channel, and that will be ready. The report will be ready for anybody who wants to read it. Gives the address, give the location, give the contact number. I do not want to control. I don't want to get into control. People must be free. But as we were in the community, Jeffrey and them here, people came out and they were telling us that they make some pots. They had learned through the St. Patrick Foundation to make some pot. That business have gone down. And I did tell them that I'm not going to overstep the councillor, Patrick Roberts, and the member of parliament, that I will be writing to them to do a one-day exposition. And certainly Radigan, I told them that I know Ratty would have come from some place around that side of the neck of the wood, for people to, and for us to promote it, because I think these are the, I forgot I totally forgot the thing them call them. I think it's the loom pot or something pot, where you use to fry and then make the spoon out of it and so forth. So, as we go, we try to make sure that we help these people to promote, because it's not that they are not capable of being productive, but we have to organize them in terms of how we get the goods from them to go to market. So going back to, you had asked me a question and I'm coming back to it.
Yes.
Let's say, wait, what did you ask me before I segue into that? Because I saw the comment and I was responding to the person in the comment.
If you continue to
no,
question, I don't know
no, yeah. So yeah, Jeffrey. What happened is that when you look at the Act of Parliament, you realize that you can't. Any parliamentarian in there can't say anything and do anything, and it's only the committees that have oversight in discipline can discipline. But you have never really seen people act with the decorum or maintain the sort of expectation. I mean, Jamaicans we're robust. So we're brash and we're sassy. But there are things that have been said out of the parliament that, one wants that, what about the disciplinary arm of parliament, that when you hear a politician can say, well, I don't want me for the piss in that pipe, make them go on with them, that those things don't befit.
Can you discipline your own self?
But that's where discipline first comes from, because if you talk about the speaker, but I'm talking about this contentment that these people have for the Jamaican people. They really think that, like for you and me now, we only come from this, because I'm sure them probably say, oh, we don't have nothing to do, and we just chat. But the truth of the matter, when you look at the videos that I sent you yesterday
I saw
of the you saw 3 different scenarios of students in Jamaica beating students to death and a boy attacking a teacher. And I want you to, if you were to able to chop one of the parliament scene, especially if you take one of Warmington scene and you take one of those scenes from you look at the similarities in behavior and mannerism. People are pouring off a bus. And if you notice in that video that there was a Calabar student with all her face cut up.
Yes.
And that we don't know the kind of socialization that young man come from the house that him come, and what is likely to become of that situation if he has a parent who now is what we call, in Jamaica we call them dark, and then go a Calabar and decide, say, look, me don't want to hear anything from the authorities. Me want to hear from that. So we're talking about what is right and why we need to do what is right. And so, you see, we're not segueing from what is. If we don't set a precedent in terms of what happened in government, what happened at the home front, then you're looking at anarchy, and these young people are taking the cue from our generation. And I must say, Jeffrey, I must say, I apologize to the youth of Jamaica. Enough of us do not stand up and not just talk, Jeffrey, but make sure that we bring matters before the court and make people become accountable, and do so in an efficient and effective time, so that these young people will not see this kind of behavior on continuous display, and believe that level of aggression, that level of disrespect, that level of degrading your fellow men is the best of us. That's not who we are as Jamaican. Because we like to talk, we like to put the little lingua in the thing. We look about with Talawa. I want the thing about we're full of our pride. We're full of our pride. We need to have more people to be held to account. And this is why I'm saying I'm hoping that Rattigan could have gotten enough hearing in the court. I still would love to see what was the ruling on the matter that was brought before the court, and why the court struck it down on the merit that a Jamaican residing abroad, because of a jurisdiction, you might not want to hear the matter. Is it that crime is confined to jurisdiction? So why do we have extradition between Jamaica and the United States, where a citizen of Jamaica, because you would have signed the United Nations Convention laws that are international in its design, and therefore, because you sign into those laws, we can't sign to say that, why, well, Israel, we know God love you more than the rest of us, but killing the Palestinian people, we have had enough of it. We have had a steady diet of you killing the Palestinian people, and natural justice in this case requires that what Hamas did was gruesome, and it shouldn't be that people have to feel that Hamas had to act in this callous manner. But Israel, how much more Palestinian people? Now, Mr. struck the United States Congress has now struck down the use of the word from the river to the sea, let the Palestinians be free, because it's deemed as hate crime. And so if you take
you know something, Luke, I'm looking at something here. Sorry to be cutting you off. I'm looking at something here. And I'm asking the question. Hold on, let's say this to everybody. We're standing by for a live press conference from the opposition leader's office in Kingston, Jamaica. Read the tenure, the one the court in Kingston this morning, the Constitutional Court. So we're standing for a live press conference from the opposition leader, and who will be speaking is Senator Donna Scott Motley, opposition spokesperson and justice, opposition leader Mark Golding, and leader of government business in the parliament, Mr. Philip Paulwell. We'll be waiting for a live press conference from them. But look, when you look on the whole scenario that is going on in our country, let's come back home for a little bit. And these political parties, especially this one, at least this one, has been breaching the constitution of the Jamaican people from ever since they came into power. And it takes guts for someone in the Parliament of Jamaica to say to the Jamaican people, we can take them to court. And they did so. But yet you have a justice minister hell-bent and appealing the case to take it further. Because what? The DPP must stay under his watch. That's right, Chuck.
It's unfortunate that the man wears the title of Justice Minister. And a lot of people are questioning the Delroy Chuck of the last time the Jamaica Labour Party was in power and the Delroy Chuck of present, if they have modified him somewhat. People are wondering, when they hear Mr. Chuck now, it's straight party, is not the people, is not, what is painful, Jeffrey, is living in a country where we give these people the opportunity to serve because we think that they can do a credible job, and you can't just write off a man or blacklist him because him support a political view. But as I'm saying, if you look at it, Jeffrey,
yes,
for the justice minister, you never hear Delroy really go around and I say to people, say, tell me what you really feel about constitution reform. Or he doesn't set up an opportunity for the Jamaican people. But there are, when me hear on say, boy, sometimes I hear people say, why Jamaicans are so quiet? Why Jamaicans are so quiet and they don't participate? The people below Crossroads do not sit on state bodies. They don't advise boards. Usually it is the people who have a brand name. So, and even although government, Jeffrey said them create a mechanism for people to participate in the governance structure through the 3-tier system where them create through the Social Development Commission. So them say one is the Parish Development Committee, and there are 12 out of the 13, because Kingston and St. Andrew is oftentimes treated as one, that are in existence. Have you, Jeffrey Tavares, ever hear about the Parish Development Committee? Then you have the area. So, like if you live, for instance, in the Duane Park area, you have what is called the Duane Park Development Area Committee. And it takes in all those communities within the Duane Park area. You have the Arthurtree, and it's listed. You have 17 communities making up downtown Kingston. Them 17 communities. Why you never hear the minister going around and saying to people, we're changing the constitution. How do you feel about it? And given all that is at stake, and given what we have witnessed and what people have said time to time memorial, we don't trust government. Have you ever seen this justice minister try to go out there and to build sort of a bridge so people can have confidence? Instead, we are labor, right? We vote one way. To hell with the constituency, because at the constituency level,
yes,
when Delroy Chuck speaks of an individual, he has never said the community development committee members have advised me that them don't like the way the country is being run, or them understand how the country is run. And one thing me I tell you, it begs for them for fix up them smelly affair. You have people going to the local government election, the lowest voter turnout in modern history. Because if you went back to the first local government election compared to the last local government election, more people voted in that election. But in this election, what was critical is that people were saying, in a high number of about 70%, we don't know what a municipality is supposed to be doing. We just know, say, you have the local, most of us don't vote in the local, and you have the general election, and the big election that, and we're voting there. So, government is far disconnected, and the agency and the infrastructure that they have put in for that connection to be made, it's just not there. So, here we are, Jeffrey, where the Minister of Justice, who should have said, no, Mr. Prime Minister, if we do not seem to be the one showing the example to the Jamaican people that the law applies to all, regardless of class, color, creed, or what you think your new birthright entitled to. If you think you're a Viscount of Jamaica, it is still the law. But you're not hearing Mr. Chuck saying that. And I think that that gentleman, his office is the next office that people should lobby for him to be removed from. You need somebody who's going to put, and this is a learned lawyer, you know. So when you hear them put up the fight, what is the urgency to put Paula Llewellyn in ICU? Can't Miss Llewellyn go on now to teach at the university and teach at other university in the Caribbean and probably make far more money? What is Mrs. Llewellyn's lifeline? What is it that she's given to the Jamaica Labour Party that nobody else in her office, in the chamber, possess? Why we have to keep her? So, you see, Jeffrey, the animal farm now tells you, so all of us are animal, you know, but some more equal than other, because you are asking nurses and teachers who are going home and not certain how they are going to make 2 ends meet to take early retirement. But when it comes to Paula Llewellyn, she's given the privilege that you would want her to go on to serve from time to time memorial. And that in itself, Mr. Chuck, should be looked at and deemed as an, how do you say to how do you say to the public sector, why do you do this for this one, but you would not have done it for any other person? And that's the question. Why is Ms. Llewellyn so critical to our democracy and our justice system that she possesses knowledge that nobody else has?
Right, and is there some corruption going on within our justice system? That, you know, I'm not accusing the lady of anything, don't get me wrong. Is there something going on? And that's the question we're asking. Is there something going on? Why Jamaica's Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, and I keep on saying, held bend in keeping this woman as Director of Public Prosecution? It is now 12:55 in Jamaica. We're standing by for a live press conference from the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mek Wi in office. Read the tenure of the DPP. The Constitutional Court of Jamaica is saying that she must go home. It's time for her to go home.
You must also say her colleagues. Because she knows these people very well, and they know that some of them are on the way out as well. but it's all but these are her colleagues, and as I said, boy Jeffrey, there is no pot cover that I mean, I like when black people make themselves look like fools. Me think that when you say you have learning, as my mother always said, don't make it look like you go to university for them teach you nothing your shit, because you don't have no other sense. There should have been nothing Miss Llewellyn should have allowed this government to convince her to stay off. And if so, why not in an advisory position if there might not be the skill set? I don't know. But you see, this is what they do to us, Jeffrey, is a mind game. Because everybody now I wonder, why is Miss Llewellyn why is she so critical to the function of the Jamaican government?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
Yeah, man, what she possess that nobody else not have out here. So we do me now. Because our best and our brighter go home, and it look like a paid dance people we're gonna get. Just as how the minister of the minister of Constitution Reform did say the other day, she realized that parliamentarians are not versed on the different branches of government. So when them before them go run, you know that I want to make them run, and there is no education that is cut. I wonder what happened to the people who are coming in, because in recent time on the Jamaica Labour Party you had a lot of newbie. So is it on her side that the people are, is on the other side? And how is it that the Jamaican people pays you to go reform them constitution, because she's constitution and something I fear, and you are advising the Speaker of the House and saying that you don't have to tell anybody, and you are going back to run in a constituency, and you're going to be put back in a ministry. The Jamaican people it is for us why you stand so privileged, and you can go through airport line and don't get no dig up and pass and come out and don't declare nothing. And you can get extra money for buy your clothes after we are pay your salary, because we turn around and get salary. And you can fly out of this country tomorrow morning and go get medical treatment. You can go back to school and your children can enjoy such privilege, while there are people who cannot send their children to school today. While there are people sitting at KPH from 4:30 this morning when they went down there to try to get number one, or the passport office, or the police record office. You don't have to stand in those lines. What do you mean, madam, that she don't have to tell you what the advice is? You see, you need to get rid of that. You need to have a sheet where when them people are jump on planes, they then gone. But and sometimes, Jeffrey, you have to look on the contingent of people who go,
hello. Hold on a look. Then helper, then dog, then puss, then rabbit, then bird. Everybody pick up an airline gun and attach the money paying for it.
And we not see, we not hear nothing. We not see, we not hear nothing. But look here, when they come back, all them excited. I am now going to table the traffic guru report. Well, all of you are going to take a polygraphic test to say that you're operating above board. You're going to show the Jamaican people, because as I said, normally in some circumstances, when you have a court matter, you have to recuse yourself from certain position to allow the court matter to play out itself, and so people not say influence the course of justice, because I would want to give the people the assurance. Or why of all the people, why them never put Ed Bartlett, since him seems to be the minister that is bringing more people foreigner come here, come build hotel, and the Jamaican people who are in the diaspora and in the country, we can put our money together and build some massive hotel too, and keep the profit home. And share it amongst our own local. We don't have nobody down here so competent that we can design and invest in our own country. Because every time you hear Jamaica said, is to foreign hands. So sooner or later, Jeffrey, we might not go back in physical chain, but mentally they are beat with. Because it's like the Jamaican people are always suffering at the fate of others because it looked like we don't have any capacity.
Very good. That's so true. We don't have any capacity to say that enough is enough. We're standing by for
and when we try to,
go ahead.
And when we try to say enough is enough, the rest of us get together to ask the efficacy of why we must. You know, I listen to how the Rupert Francis, and you being one of the members of the Dirty Dozen.
Dirty 30, man. Dirty 30.
The Dirty 30. And you know, Jeffrey, I'm offended. And if you listen to all this play out, you know, how the minister is just she's so wrong and strong. There is no humility to say, look here, these are people who might not have the best situation living outside of Jamaica. But every time we go out and we put out our hands, they rally to their country's development. And now, because Rupert Francis was a labourite, him can't be anything more than a labourite till him dead, and him bitter. And me bitter, and you bitter, Jeffrey. So, in other words, we must...
Me bitter because I didn't get the Senate seat.
Yeah. We must say what they want us to say, and if we have an opinion, we must tailor it to satisfy what they want to hear. Why couldn't the minister, in her infinite glory and wisdom, say, come on, Dr. Francis, I feel this man. I true me ignore and I'm treating it like the Dirty 30. And I was wrong. But in the interest of Jamaica, let us sit at the table of reasoning. And I am prepared to listen to you. And look here, I'm going to call Delroy and tell him for some listen to. Because if no man is an island, you know, and you know why the matter is important when me hear them a calling the Cliff Hughes anchor them a calling George, the Dirty 30, or he's referring to you as the fraction. What fraction? Of what? The Jamaicans who are now standing up and ensuring that the spirit of Garvey, the spirit of Boga, the spirit of Shaw, Sam Shaw, and the spirit of Nani has not gone to rest. We will not go gently into this dark night without a fight. Not when the heart and the soul of Jamaica is at all our heartstring, because all of we are beer Jamaica like our own pitney, you know. And if we think something, Nora, if we think something is wrong and we talk about it, so why are you not talking to us if you have done everything in your capacity to fix these things so we don't have a disagreement? So me not understand why this minister is still in the cabinet if she can't talk to Jamaicans. Because these are not people that cannot prove that at the heart and then bird string under some tambourine tree, mango tree, coconut tree, breadfruit tree in Jamaica. Why did we have to? And then it just bring me back, you know, Jeffrey, to what Marcus Garvey said. The people them when have no root or a history of them past, them are gonna kick them in them stomach. And it's the same thing Miss Johnson Smith is using, the Willie Lynch method. Keep the ones that we can lie to and the ones that want to be called honorable. When I hear people in the diaspora start to use the name honorable, something, them can use some small things to catch some big fish, you know. Honorable. How did you get that, sir? And walking around like gonna have a shield on a chest, honorable. And that is why now 30 people are and much more are saying we don't like the direction in which the sail is blowing, the development of Jamaica. We want a greater say in it. They will not, you notice that in this redesigning of the constitution, they will not say diaspora members can serve on committee. They will not create a pathway where they clearly outline how diaspora member can serve strategically. But in COVID-19, when Nurse and her brother come down from United States and Claudette Brown come down, then carry them a press conference. And you know, this is why I tell you, say, sometimes some Jamaican people are just born idiot, no matter how much education them have. You know. But other than that, only not recognized on paper. But look at the achievement of Jamaicans outside and inside of this country. And you tell me we can do better than this?
Luke, stand by, Luke. We're standing by for the press conference of the People's National Party.
Somebody say I'm more than 30. So is the dirty 300.
You follow these people on this chat room, you see?
No, well, at least you know. It's not to know alone.
Look, would you believe it? Is one of them on the platform, you know, gave us the name of the Dirty 30.
Okay. Well, the Dirty 30s on making people head spinning at Jamaica.
We're having a live feed coming in from, is it Belmont Road? No, the office of the opposition leader is in
on Hope Road.
It's on Hope Road?
Yeah, it's on Hope Road. No, the office of the opposition leader, I think it's close to the Prime Minister's office.
Yes. We're standing by to have the live feed from the press conference of the Leader of Opposition, Mark Jefferson Golden. The speakers will be Mr. Mark Jefferson Golden, Leader of Opposition, Senator Donna Scott Motley, Opposition Spokesperson and Justice, Opposition Leader of Government Business in the Parliament, Mr. Philip Paulwell. They will be the speaker of the moment, and they will be speaking about the tenure of the DPP. So join us, standing by for a live feed from them. Today I have with me my good friend, co-host Luke George Cook, human rights activist, a no-nonsense person, an outspoken person, a poor people defender of the Jamaican people. We're standing by to get the live feed from them. As soon as I start speaking, we will bring it to you live, right here on the Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Stand by as we get to have what they're saying pertaining to what the Constitutional Court has handed down in the Court of Jamaica today. Is it that we're being told that the Minister of Justice, Mr. Delroy Chuck, will appeal the case? He said he will appeal it, but let us see if that's going to happen. So we're standing by for a live feed from the Leader of the Opposition office. As soon as we get that live feed, as soon as we get the sound from the live feed, you will get it to us. Let us hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what's some major question to answer to in all of this to and from the Governor General? From the the extension of Zozo, which each time it goes to the court, the citizens win, and it's been deemed unconstitutional. Now the approval of this and signing off of this.
Right, and the GG continue overriding the decision of the court.
So I don't understand how when will this man call to check or call to question his action?
I don't know, my friend.
Serious. That's my 2 cents I want there, sir. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're standing by for a live press conference from the leader of the opposition of Jamaica, Mr. Mark Jefferson Golden office. We have with us today human rights activist, Mr. Luke George Cook. He is on the platform with us today, and we're standing by for a live feed from the opposition leader office, Mr. Mark Golden, at the press conference. He's going to speak to the Jamaican people and indeed members of the Jamaican diaspora. I don't what Luke is coming on in so many angles. Hello, Luke.
It's two.
Which one is the right
one? Well, I can't come out because, as I tell you, when I get short, I just come back in.
Okay. Go to come back in. All right, there is it. We're having the live feed coming into us now. Just bear with us. Luke is still there with us?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Stand by for a live press conference from the leader of the opposition, Mark Jefferson Golden, Marky G, as he's dubbed. Standing by. What would he say? Would he say something to, well, he's going to comment on what happened in the Constitutional Court today. I hope the journalists that ask him questions. I have access to the Zoom to ask questions, but I can't ask questions because I'm live on the program here. Let me take this out of here until we can get them to come on in. Go back up to here. Let's see something here. Okay, we're still waiting on them. I have with me today Mr. Luke George Cook. Luke, yeah. In all of this, I just called in and said, in all of this, you hear nothing from the Governor General.
No, you must have, Jeffrey, remember the Governor General is a ceremonial position. And like the Queen, never really speaks publicly on
matters affairing the country.
The country turns up, cut the ribbon, shake the hand, do the throne speech, install the people into parliament. Again, you know, it's pomp and pageantry, but him get a big pay for doing that. Yeah, imagine going to university. Me now go there, sir. Cause me live here, me tell you, they now make them throw me under the bus. But imagine you go around and make speech. You do an award and that's it.
They're having some technical difficulties coming into us.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. Thank you for being ladies and gentlemen, members of the media conference. We convened this press conference because to our country in relation to matters of governance and the democracy that we cherish. It is, of course, the day on which the Constitutional Court has ruled against the government on legislation that was rushed through Parliament, both through the House of Representatives and through the Senate, without the normal period for deliberation, rushed in due haste, for what we regard as a motive to ensure that the current DPP could remain in office for a longer period than the Constitution contemplated. We felt that the procedure that was embarked upon by the government was fundamentally wrong, and the substance of our
Okay, we don't have any control over the video or the audio coming into us.
parliamentarians the Constitution of the country. And we're living in time which likes to play in time with the constitutional moments, which likes to play in time with the constitutional moments, which likes to play in time with the constitutional moments, which likes to play in time with the constitutional moments.
No, we have no control over this.
Right of our citizens. Constitutional right of our citizens to privacy. Constitutional right of our citizens to privacy. Constitutional right of our citizens to privacy. Constitutional right of our citizens to privacy.
No. The audio coming into us is very poor.
We have and we have brought for the Constitutional Court to test their use of it, and those are which we have and we have brought for the Constitutional Court to test their use of it, and those are
We do apologize for this.
Other jurisdictions, which civil society and ourselves objected to fundamentally as violating the separation of powers principle. Other jurisdictions, which civil society and ourselves objected to fundamentally as violating the separation of powers principle. Jurisdictions, civil society and ourselves objecting to fundamentally violating the separation of powers. Civil society and ourselves objecting to fundamental separating the church. Civil society and
The audio has nothing to do with me muting my mic. Their system is not coming through clearly to us. We're waiting.
Her tenure in office extended. As you know, the current DPP received a 3-year extension prior to her 60th birthday. in accordance with the procedure that the Constitution provides, and the Governor General approved of that extension. And her tenure of office should at the end of that extension period. And her tenure of office should at the end of that extension period. And her tenure of office should at the end of that extension period. Her tenure of office should at the end of that extension period. Her tenure of office should at the end of that extension. This is just part of what has been happening in our country. We know about, for example, the situation of Parliament in relation to former clerk who, on the eve of her retirement, after decades of service, fair, but was emailed to all in public immediately, castigating her of how reports which come to Parliament from the Auditor General in this case were being dealt with, and saying that she had committed essentially a disciplinary infraction by not carrying out the ruling of the Speaker that put on her file. As it turned out, the Speaker had to back down on that issue of those reports, and they were indeed generous. When they came back to Parliament, they had to be tabled, and they were tabled. And they were tabled in circumstances which are inconsistent with that ruling, a ruling which we think is flawed, and we've said so all along. And we are calling once again for the opinion of the Attorney General's chambers on this matter, which we've been asking for months and months, to be released to all parliamentarians so we can see what the Attorney General's chambers said about the procedure for tabling reports. And this is a matter which we'll be looking at closely as to whether we're going to have to take this matter to the court for a ruling as well. But in the meantime, we're asking once again for this legal opinion to be released. That opinion is not an opinion belonging to the Speaker. The Speaker acts on behalf of Parliament in seeking the legal advice of the Attorney General on a matter that affects all members of Parliament, and indeed all parliamentarians, including the Senate. And the opinion that was granted, was issued by the Attorney General, should be shared with all parliamentarians so we can see what the principal legal advisor to the government has said on this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also just mention there are other issues that we have been raising of grave concern. The role of the political ombudsman and the way in which that has been conflated into the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, making the electoral commissioners collectively as a body the political ombudsman, is a flawed approach. We objected to it when the legislation was brought to Parliament, and it was rushed through again within a decent pace. And of course, it has not worked because local government elections have come and gone, and they were unable to effectively play any role in dealing with the kind of issues that the political ombudsman is established to deal with. Issues which are highly contentious, often involve partisan considerations, and which ought not to be brought under the ECJ, which is a body established to ensure consensus between the major political parties on electoral matters. so as to reduce tensions and ensure that our democracy can function in a way that is in keeping with good governance, law and order, and a peaceful society. Coming out of a history that we are all aware of, where political violence was a big problem in this country in the past. So this is another issue where we feel the government has gone down a very wrong path. But they are stubborn and headstrong. And it is only when we take them to court and win there that they have to reconsider, wheel, and come again, as was done with NIDS, and as will have to be done with the DPP. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My two colleagues, Senator Scott Motley, Member of Parliament Philip Paula, who was one of the two co-applicants in the case. The case was brought by our leader of opposition business in the House, Philip Paula MP, and our leader of opposition business in the Senate, Senator Peter Bunting, who is unable to be with us this afternoon. But it was a case that was brought to uphold and defend the Constitution of the country, principles of good governance, and to avoid the manipulation of the power of the majority and the tyranny of the majority in Parliament to undermine good governance in this country. And that is something that we will consistently and strenuously resist as opposition, in accordance with our duty to the people of Jamaica. Thank you.
The stay of the court order, what do you think the DPP should do? Meaning, should she take leave pending the appeal, or would it be okay with her continuing in office?
Well, the legal advice that we have received today is that this is a declaratory judgment that the court, the Constitutional Court, has been made, and there is no jurisdiction to grant a stay of a declaratory judgment. You can appeal it, but it stands as a declaration of what the law is, unless and until a higher court rules otherwise. So our position is that the DPP, or Ms. Llewellyn, is no longer the DPP, and has in fact not been the DPP since her 63rd birthday, in September last year. There is a provision in the Constitution, I think it's section 96 subsection 2, that would validate her acts as DPP between then and now. But now that the ruling has been made, she can no longer hold herself out or perform functions as a DPP. And a new DPP should be appointed in accordance with the procedures which have been established for that. And somebody needs to be appointed to act as DPP in the interim.
So what should happen come Monday then, following on from what you're saying?
I would say that what should happen is that the Services Commission should recommend to the Governor General quickly to appoint somebody to act as DPP. And that's quite normal, happens frequently when an incumbent DPP has to go on leave or whatever. That should be applied and done quickly.
We've already received information about disruption in proceedings in a court in St. Anne already, where the judge brought proceedings to a halt. To what extent, because the person representing the DPP's office, she had concerns about them. Let me just quickly read what our correspondent sent there. Senior attorney law Oswald Smith, who was in the middle of a bail application, the trial judge said both him and the lead prosecutor, they had to stand down because of the new development. To what extent are you concerned with the uncertainty that this now creates in the DPP's office?
It's highly undesirable that there should be continuing uncertainty in the DPP's office. Indeed, that uncertainty has existed from the legislation was brought to Parliament in July last year, and we pointed out why we thought it was invalid and unconstitutional, and the court has approved that and has upheld the submissions to that effect. And obviously, any continuing uncertainty is highly undesirable. The court system must continue to function. There are many, many cases in the system that need to be dealt with in accordance with proper procedures and due alacrity. And that is why I think that it's important that the Services Commission and the Governor General quickly appoint somebody to act. And they're very capable persons within the DPP's office, senior prosecutors who can act competently until a new DPP is appointed in accordance with the Constitution.
What implications do you think may have for cases that
As I said before, I believe those are validated, and those acts are validated by virtue of Section 96, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which specifically has that effect. Now that the court has ruled that the incumbent is not the DPP and has not been since September last year, that can no longer be applied to validate anything going forward, and a new person must be appointed to act until a new DPP is duly appointed. But in the period from the date on which her tenure really ended in September last year and the ruling of the court today, I believe that those actions on her part would have been validated by the Constitution, Section 96, subsection 2. And that's the advice we have received.
We spoke about what the Services Commission needs to do. How about this? What are you calling on her to do at this point?
Well, my own view is that, you know, it's highly undesirable that somebody should hold office as DPP in this country, knowing that his or her tenure is a matter of grave concern to the opposition of the country. It is not a good thing for the office of the DPP to be in any way politically contentious. And I think that in light of today's ruling, Ms. Llewellyn ought to stand down and should, you know, not seek to make an effort to continue to hold that office in light of the ruling that the court has made today.
We spoke about appointing a new DPP, at least in the interim, for the new DPP. What do you think the process should be? I know you mentioned earlier that the process should be advertised, but if that is not done, then
I believe that there's an established procedure as to how a DPP is appointed. I believe there may be some guidelines and so on, and we expect that those will be followed. Indeed, my understanding is that when an attempt was made early in 2023 for an extension to be granted, and that came before the Services Commission, and they pointed out that there was no possibility of it being further extended, they had indicated their intent to proceed with advertising the position so that a new DPP could be appointed by September, when the incumbent would no longer be in office. But that was to some extent superseded by this legislation that the government rushed to Parliament, which has now been struck down.
MP Paula would like to make a statement.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start by placing on record my appreciation to our legal team.
That was to some extent superseded by this legislation of the government rushed to Parliament, which has now been struck down.
People would like to make a statement.
They were able to do to enable victory. We have been at pains to say that this was a fundamental legal point, and really the current DPP wasn't the subject of this issue, but rather the broader legal principle. I have been in Parliament for 29 years, and there is a way for the democracy to work. If you're an opposition of 14 or 31, you're an opposition, and respect is due. And we have found that that has not been the case since 2020, where little or no respect is given to the opposition. In fact, the government has removed our oversight position in relation to most of the committees, and we're again calling on the government to replace the chairmanship of these committees with the opposition. There is a role for the leader of the opposition, and the court was unequivocal in that regard today. We are lamenting some of the recent incidents in Parliament. The leader has just mentioned about the Speaker's letter to the former clerk. We are insisting that that letter be withdrawn and the appropriate apologies be given in public. So we are pleased that the role of the opposition, which is really the guardian of the Constitution, has really come to the fore this time. And we believe that there are some other issues that will have to be pursued in similar vein.
I want to join with Member Paulwell in first of all thanking the legal team for the tremendous work which they have done, and singling out perhaps Mike Hilton, Casey, who has been the lead in a number of constitutional actions which we have taken and others which are pending. This administration believes that because they have been elected, it is their sole duty to govern, and they need not listen to anybody at all. This has been their shortcoming, it has been their failing, and there are other matters pending apart from these that are behind us, which will demonstrate the folly of their ways. I want to call on them on this occasion to stop hiding behind legislation. And I refer in particular to the use of the Data Protection Act by the Tax Administration Department on a matter which, firstly, there was hesitation to table in the Parliament, and secondly, now that the media has requested further information, they are being refused. That is not good governance. It is not good governance when you table a bill and debate it immediately. The country deserves to have their parliamentarians scrutinize legislation to ensure that when it's passed, it is fair, it is just, and it will be upheld by the courts. And I am saying here today that there are several pieces of legislation which give me, in my capacity as shadow spokesperson for justice, gives me great concern. The Firearms Act is one that I have spoken about time and time again. And I have pointed out that not only do I doubt its constitutionality in certain areas, but certainly it does not serve justice well, because it is creating a backlog in the courts where persons are refusing to plead guilty. And why would they? If they plead guilty, it's the same 15 years as if they are tried and sentenced to 15 years. And it was under Mark Golding as Minister of Justice that the Criminal Justice Administration Act was amended to permit those people who pleaded guilty to get what we call a discount on their sentence, so that the courts would be able to take that into account, and which defense counsel, such as myself, would be able to say to a client, let's plead guilty because we know that you won't have to serve the full time. I am imploring the public to take a good look at what is happening in Parliament and the constant consternation which takes place now since certain changes have been made, not just with the chairmanship, but look at how they walked out on their own government when the leader of opposition, who was representing 52% of the people, was speaking. These are very important things. Never before in the history of the Parliament did you see a government walking out on its people, its duties, and its responsibilities. And since then, it has been spiraling down. I have every confidence that the leader of opposition, who believes strongly in the principles of law, the principles of good governance, and the principles of accountability, will fix those things when the time comes.
Mr. Golding, you said in no uncertain terms that the motive behind the extension of DPP Paula Llewellyn was improper. Explain what you mean by that.
What I would say to that is that to apply that legislation to an incumbent who was facing imminent retirement indicated that the motivation for doing it and the way in which it was rushed through was primarily about trying to maintain that individual in the office. And I'm not going to get into why that may have been the case in terms of what was their thinking as to why this was so critical. They have said what they have to say on that at the time. I don't find it convincing at all, but I think the way in which it was done speaks for itself. And I also want to just publicly acknowledge the legal team that took on this matter, led by Michael Hilton, King's Counsel, for their professionalism and their erudition and their willingness to take cases like this really in the interest of good governance of the country. This is not and should not be reviewed as or looked on as a victory for a political cause. or political party. This is a victory for people of Jamaica and the good governance of the country and the upholding of our constitution. Right.
Had it been someone else in the position, would you have pursued the same course?
Yes, we would have, because the issue was not primarily about who the incumbent was, but it was the way in which it was done and how it was essentially bypassing an established constitutional procedure, which was very clear and had good reasons behind it, in a way which the Constitution never contemplated. Yes, it is true that my predecessor, when the original extension of request for an extension of the DPP's term of office came up, had said that we didn't support it, and the reasons were put in writing, and so on. But I don't want this to be about that individual. I want this to be about the principle at stake.
It's clear the government does not intend to back down and intends to push this further into an appeal. It could go as far as the Privy Council. Is the PNP ready to continue this?
Absolutely. This is a point of principle. The court has ruled in a way which we think is correct, and that upholds the issue and the concern and the cause that led us to bring these proceedings in the first place. And to the extent if it's appealed, we will be vigorously defending that at the appellate courts, whether it be Court of Appeal in Jamaica or the highest court, which still, unfortunately, because we have not managed to fully decolonize, sits in a foreign land.
And then just two final points. You have suggested that the DPP's current tenure, regardless of any appeal, is untenable. What if Madam Llewellyn decides to stay in the post?
I don't want to speculate on that issue. I think in light of paragraph 172 of the judgment handed down today, that would be a most unwise thing for Madam Llewellyn, Miss Llewellyn to do. And, I hope she doesn't seek to do that.
And then just finally, the matter of the Auditor General's reports and the Integrity Commission reports as well. As you've noted, the Speaker of the House has sort of backed away from her initial position. Does the PNP see a need, if potentially, to bring it further to, say, a court as you have done in this matter?
We may well, because the position that was taken in relation to the two reports, the one on the tax administration, Jamaica, and the other on the FSC, and her final inclination to table them was as a result of
Wow, there you have it. I think the press conference is still going on, but they are frozen.
The motivations behind that are entirely political, and I think it's quite wrong. So, to the extent that this matter remains unclear and uncertain, we may have to seek clarity on it.
I know, why not settle this in the Standing Orders Committee? I realized there was a meeting scheduled, I believe it was last week, which did not happen. Why not settle it there?
The reason for that is that the basis upon which the ruling has purported to be made is not to do with the standing orders. It purports to rely on an interpretation of actual legislation, which we feel has been wrongly interpreted, which is why we want to see the Attorney General's opinion, because we don't think that the Attorney General's opinion supports that ruling. If it did, I'm sure we would have seen it back when the ruling was made. The fact that there's this prolonged resistance to share with the Parliament and the members of Parliament the opinion of the Attorney General's chambers on a matter very important to the Parliament is abhorrent, poor governance, and should not be allowed to stand.
I should have said in relation to the Standing Orders Committee that we are going to be present at that committee sittings We have some far-reaching proposals to make, especially in relation to the role of the speaker. The government is a majority, and I suspect we might not be successful, but we're going to press for substantial amendments to the standing orders and to allow the opposition. There's some issues, for example, private members' motion. Jackson, the party leader, we have been trying to get the opposition to initiate certain things. Those have been strongly prevented by the government. There is a role for the opposition, and I don't believe that enough credence is given, and some changes will have to be made to allow for the opposition to have greater say in the running of the parliament and in advancing legislation to better enable our people.
Reports were sent to the Parliament this week from the Integrity Commission. Parliament is now on break. What will be the posture of the opposition once Parliament resumes?
Parliament has been convened to sit on Tuesday. We will see what happens then. My understanding is that those 5 reports should be tabled. We don't know what the contents of the reports are, what issues they address, but they must be tabled so they become public documents. That's what we require. I would just add to what our leader of opposition ministers in the House said, that we have impeachment legislation, which was tabled by me as leader of opposition a couple of years ago. It was a JLP manifesto promise to bring impeachment legislation within 180 days of them being elected in 2016. They didn't do it. And after the George Wright affair and the beating of a lady with a stool in a car park, I saw the need to bring it forth, and it has been tabled. I have been seeking to have it referred to a joint select committee so that it can be properly reviewed and public persons of interest or people who have an interest in it can come to Parliament and speak to it so we can have good legislation and a good impeachment procedure. I have been unable to get that bill to move anywhere.
Okay, we'll take the final question from TikTok. This person is asking, if the Prime Minister made a request, will you agree on an extension of the DPP's tenure?
No, I would not. The Prime Minister has no authority or power to make such a request, and it would be an unlawful act to do so. And certainly on my part, it would be a violation of the Constitution to be a party to any such thing. It is totally unnecessary. There are persons within the office of the DPP who are experienced and competent and diligent. And one of them, and it's not for me to say who that should be, one of those persons should be appointed immediately to act as DPP, and the procedures to appoint a new DPP must also be initiated forthwith. That is what the Constitution requires at this time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, members of the media. Thank you for your time. All the best.
There you have it. A live press conference from the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Jefferson Golden. Opposition leader in the House, Philip Paulwell. Opposition spokesperson on Justice and opposition leader in the Senate, Mistress Donna Scott Motley. And it was revealed to us on the press conference that since the 63rd birthday of the DPP of September last year, she was sitting in that position illegally. The DPP was sitting in that position as DPP. It was illegal. It was illegal. She was sitting in a position illegally. We're going to take some calls. I'm going to stay too long because this has been going on for a long while. But we're going to take some calls and we're going to ask people to chime in on what is going on. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Hi, Jeffrey. I just wanted to ask a quick question based on what you said. Are you breaking news that Paula was illegally in her office and came to the Privy Council illegally?
Yes.
Jesus Christ! All right. I just had to hear it. Sorry.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm back in the class.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Hello, Luke. Welcome back to the program. Luke, so that means that the DPP was sitting in that chair from September last year illegally then?
Getting a salary. Thief take over town. Take away your walk and take away your talk. Thief take over town, Jeffrey.
Hold on, I have a next call coming in. Hold on. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Good day, Mr. Morris. How you doing?
I am here, sir. You know, see what's going on in the country, sir. The woman sit down and collect taxpayer money. Jeffrey, behave yourself. What a woe situation. What a woe.
You're talking about money, Mr. Tavares. Have you seen a document floating around where they supposed to pay for Mr. Cartel fee?
No, I haven't seen that.
It must be 120 million.
What?
680,000 pounds. There's a document floating around. I don't know if you can look into it to see if it's official.
I will look into it because I don't know if that is true. But I will look into it, sir.
120 million.
120 million pounds.
April 1st.
Is it 120 million pound or 120 million Jamaican dollars?
120 million Jamaican. 680 pounds, something like that.
Okay, sir.
680,000 pounds.
I will look into it. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Turn off your device in the background, sir. I'm having a feedback here.
Okay, let me turn it. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. I know the Diaspora will be having a meeting here in New York.
Hold on for me. Go ahead now.
About the meeting that you guys, the Diaspora, will be having at the Jamaica consulate.
Yes.
What is the requirement for us to go there? We have to just go, or we have to make an appointment, or what?
To have a peaceful demonstration with us?
Yeah.
No, sir. There's no appointment. Just come on out, sir. Bring your neighbor, everybody.
Okay, sir. And I'm happy that they finally get rid of this lady. You know, it's like she's a mess.
Yes.
She's a mess.
All right.
Yeah, she's a mess. And we're happy for you guys who are helping us with the fight, the battle in Jamaica for the poor people down there, you know. Yes. You know, boy, it's a damn disgrace. You know, the hospitals, you know, those things are.
Oh, Lord. He hung up, not me. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Good afternoon, my father.
Good afternoon, my son.
And I feel so good to Jamaica. I'm so blessed that all of 5 away. You know, I'm telling you, like, I'm going to stand up that.
Yes.
She's so good at it.
Indeed, my friend.
She's good, you feel joy. You know, I'm telling you, I give thanks to all of them. She's so joy in the heart, brother.
Yes.
God no.
That's good.
I'm going to PMP go to prison. Nobody else now go to prison.
Only who?
Nobody else now go to prison.
Only who that go to prison?
I'm going to PMP go to prison. All of this are going here. Nobody else now go to prison. You got corruption go on. Nobody now go to prison. To DPP. Me glad to go here today. See so good and try in the heart.
All right, sir.
Yeah, big up your work already. Give thanks, Father.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. Where are you calling from?
Tavares.
Yes, sir.
The person should resign immediately.
Pardon me?
GG, there's 2 persons should resign immediately. the Gigi and Delroy Chuck.
No,
I'm the Prime Minister.
Those two persons.
No, and the
Prime Minister Delroy Chuck and the Gigi, because Delroy Chuck is the person who draft this constitution as being overturned against constitution. His law against betray the constitution, betray the people of Jamaica, betray the family.
You're not gonna see that, sir. Hello? So good afternoon, welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. Hello?
Jeffrey, let's
Hold on for me. Yes, caller, go ahead.
What a war. See me time, please. From Jamaica.
Luke, sing the song, Luke.
Look, no, Jeffrey.
This is the head chop off now, you know, the head. She wore the head of the sin of the land, and the head cut off now, so you can watch what to come.
Yes, indeed. Thanks very much, my dear.
Yes, sing the song, please.
I will.
Like here when you sing. All
right, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bye.
I know my song that Jeffrey.
What is your song then, Luke?
Jeffrey been a come on here for show up my talent. No, Jeffrey. Jeffrey.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Mek Wi Talk program. Hello?
I want to add.
Yes, sir.
Since Paula was in office for over a year unconstitutionally, and all the cases that she tried, is this will be retried because they were unconstitutional?
That's a very good question.
Okay, sir.
All right.
No. They cannot. They cannot. Voila. The matter is tried by the office of the DPP, but it's an office, so those matters are still matters before the court. What Golden indicated is that she knew her. This is interesting enough. I don't think nobody. I think you need to play this over. Somebody know that. Somebody, Ms. Llewellyn knew that her tenure had come to an end last year, September. The accountant general knew that Ms. Llewellyn should have been struck from the payroll. The Minister of Finance knew that she should have been struck from the payroll. No, nobody no need for come and say, oh, you know, the Governor General need for go and the whole cabinet of the government needs to go.
Yes,
because it tells me.
Yes, hold on for me, Luke. You have a call in line there, and I want you to just stick up in there. Hello, call. Welcome to the program.
Yes, welcome to me there. We're going to get piece of this. What a victory! What a victory!
Indeed,
victory in Jesus' name.
Thank you.
One God, not left to go. Thank you. Big up yourself, Luke.
Yes.
Yeah. no, Jeffrey. You never hear that person.
Hold on for me, Luke. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. How can I assist? Hello? All right, Luke, go ahead.
Jeffrey, you heard that press conference?
Yeah.
The government knew that she should have been struck from the payroll. She is officially in retirement as of last September. And you want to tell me that government are going to take taxpayers' money, go fight for Paula job? Why? Instead of just owning the fact that you have done something wrong and you have demonstrated to the Jamaican people you're wrong and strong, you're further asking us to put more money for the Paula Llewellyn. No, she should become Prime Minister of this country. She possesses. Look here, the lady. The greatest woman in JLP where I talk about constitution and the Jamaican people. Anytime in the talk, you know what, Jeffrey? When Parliament reconvene on Tuesday, all of us must wear full black.
True.
And if we can print it, write it, on piece of paper and pin it, Jamaica is being murdered and killed, and it's being run by dons and despots. Because isn't that
Sick up in Luke. My next call coming in. Sick up in, sorry. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Hi, good afternoon, darling. How are you?
I'm here looking and living.
Look, I want to go on.
No, look, my sister, I'm glad when I find it. I'm glad there is some level of joy, but no, the seriousness of it can make me join. Normally, I get excited about any little bit, but this is not a victory. It's a you heard the man say, we both knew, and the way we are practicing this is a bully pulpit. We both knew that from last year she was still getting paid. So and the people, everybody in our department should have resigned. It's shameful. They did not even stand up against her.
Exactly.
Shameful.
The two party not. Look here, pack your bags and go. Bye.
Thank you. What a disgrace.
But now I said the two party no, because obviously the opposition leader and his designate said that they have been trying for the voice of reasoning, and they have been asking about certain things. We learned, Jeffrey, that they have been moved from the oversight committee of the committee. All right, take your card, Jeffrey.
So I have a question. So is she gonna give us back that money that she got illegally, or that salary? Because we need that money back.
Good luck. The whole I will write a petition now and say we demand that Paula Llewellyn return the country money.
My mom, if they give her $2 extra in Social Security, she has to pay it back.
Let me tell you something.
Hold on one sec. Jamaica has for too long been raping, and I said this years ago, and people say, "Oh, it's too derogatory." I see that we're like a prostitute. We've been raped by both parties for years, and the only thing is that every time we try to go to court and says, "You know what? I am no longer a prostitute. I'm now reformed, so I'm no longer going to be selling my body." They said, "Oh, we have to open up our legs," and they sell us to the Spanish, to the Chinese, to Indians, you name it. Everybody come and we have nowhere shutting our legs. Why is it that we are not allowed to go ahead and make our own? We have enough money in the diaspora to do the hotels and all of that. So the money, somebody said it, so the money could stay in Jamaica. The only reason why, because we're not willing to wet the palms of all these different politicians so that they could go up ahead and build the big houses in St. Lucia and whatever. So that's the reason why they do not want to allow local Jamaicans to invest in our own country, because they're not going to bribe, they're not going to get the bribe that they need from us, because we're not willing to bribe. The days of bribing done. And that is the problem. But listen, if nobody go after Paula Llewellyn to get back that money, I will personally sue her on behalf of Jamaica, because I need that money to go back in the kitty. And not to mention, Tustin, where the money we get from the US and Canada and everybody for COVID, you know, to buy a hospital bed. Okay, you know, give it to the public like what them said we weren't supposed to get it. At least make sure that we see every hospital in Jamaica got where they needed to be. If you never want to pass out the money, give the people them at least let me say they go somewhere. No, you want to take it and divide up and split it, but the day reckoning is coming. One want to think of Paula Llewellyn and one battle that will go 12. I don't have to go 12.
Well, you said I'm have to go grease them bottom.
forgot sweat. Let me tell you, no sweat. Because only problem me know me for sure, I am willing to let up my big broad back. It might look small, but I haven't enough wingspan to take it because I'm coming. Paula Llewellyn, please give back the money where you get illegally for salary. And about to say you're going to donate it to nobody. Give it back. And we want to see the receipt, the public receipt that you have reimbursed Jamaica for the illegal money, the illegal pay. Not to mention the money where you use go privy council and you know you're illegal. All the hotel and the food where we reimburse you for. Make sure say because you're never supposed to do that. So if you want to do that bystander, fine. You want to do that bystander, you're not supposed to in there. But make sure you pay back every cent. Every cent. Not to mention you personally, not even Jamaica, you personally need to pay ISAC and everybody else for the Privy Council pay by cartel legal fees. You need to carry. You are the one that insists on knowing that there was a court jury for the court jury to stay on there. So therefore, you need to pay for your person. And if you can't pay, you need to go to jail on a hard time pay.
All right, my dear. I have a next call coming in. Thank you for calling in.
But no man
Talk program. The calls are coming left right now. Good afternoon.
Mr. Tavares, how are you?
I'm here looking and living a calling to Monty Perkins, ma'am.
I miss those days of him, back in Jamaica. The man had such, I'm telling you, man, when Rat gone, push take charge. Listen to me, I get one of the best news, man, from out of Jamaica. You know what days me pray, he made me cry to see what Jamaica is gone to. I live in Canada and the cold, and I'm so retired. I wish to go home and I can't go home because of fear. There need honesty and transparency within the JLP government need to be dissolved. They're robbing up for poor people money. The people are not no money. I am so to go to Jamaica because if me get sick down, I'm in no hospital. Isn't that an international disgrace?
According to them, ma'am. That's not international disgrace. The international disgrace is the dirty 30.
I'm telling you, look for an integrity commission. There is some nepotism and cronyism. You know what I'm saying? How much trillions of dollars they sell out Jamaica to the Chinese, sell them out internationally. There's no voice for the people in Jamaica. All they do is enrich themselves. Time come.
Yes, ma'am.
Time come. All right, sir.
Thank you for calling in. The numbers is
no problem.
The numbers are 954-529-8030. I have today my good friend Luke George Cook. Luke, time come.
Me not in the time come, Bridget. You're not Mr. Jeffrey. Me want you to listen to where you see you can't put Margolin and Philip Paula aside for me, but you see that little lady there, what man? When she said about the fact that when Mark was Minister of Justice, and she see a lot of the standing orders that usually provide the act of parliament with clarity, and how people are just using the bully pulpit to behave as if at them personal front yard and at their land, and so they ring the bell and them. Look here, man, Jeffrey. If not, we get up in other country. Una go to embassy December 10th. No, I don't care if you're a labor writer, a PMP, a UPP, all kind of P. It is a disgrace to know that a woman sat in the office of the DPP from September, knowing that her tenure had come to an end, and that the legislation rushed through Parliament that them asked for the first extension. They had the audacity to take our money and pay her. They have the audacity to come back and ask that she, and them have fight fair. Jeffrey, Paula is the golden table down a flat bridge. I swear to God.
Look. Hold on for me. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. I'm calling from New York.
Turn off your thing in the background for me there. Go ahead.
I turn it off.
Okay.
Yes, Paula Llewellyn is the gatekeeper of all the others, and they have to ensure that she stays there. You understand?
But
They have to
mom,
ensure that she stays there. What they did not plan for is that the dirty 30 will put fire under them tail.
Fire and then wire.
You understand?
Oh Lord,
Because
me say fire and then wire.
yeah, I am so grateful for you guys. At least there's some level of hope, and I would want to encourage you all not to give up. We will support you all for fighting for the Jamaican people, because it is a long time now. This corruption has been going on for too long. The time has come where the MAT have to stand up predominantly within our country.
no, but mom, you hear how them talk like the dirty 30.
Justice, righteousness, peace, and tranquility come back to Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
It is time.
I want to say something to you, ma'am. Go ahead, Luke.
No, but you see how them you see how them we were every day we get up and we say it now go on good. And then say all we are just trying to be disruptors, we are troublemakers, we don't even have a life. And now you hear the opposition leader say his position has been significantly weakened because one political party have the majority of vote and then go down there and laugh half away. Jeffrey, the only song me can sing for this, you know. Take away your walk and take away your talk, thief, take over town. How can you pay somebody?
My son is, every day you care bucket go well, one day the bottom must drop out.
So them never have no bottom, man. Them never even have cork school, because I saw them can't take up water and take a little bit more. Paula Llewellyn is the golden table down at the mermaid dwelling down a flat bridge. If they ever get
the Jamaican people realize that it is understand. Yeah, they must listen, learn, and understand what the diaspora are doing on their behalf and all of us behalf. You know, for when I could not stay down there with my grandchild, I have to cut to get proper medication for him. So yeah, you will help to fight.
Mom, the Senate, the president of the Senate recently said Andrew Holness will go down in history as the best prime minister Jamaica ever have.
Yeah, because Andrew Holness allowed them to get billionaire in a no time. They all take the taxpayer money and enrich themselves and think that it have a go so.
Yes, ma'am.
We're not go so a full time now.
Yes, ma'am. I have an next call.
The Almighty Creator a fight with me. And we not fight. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for calling in. Do apologize for cutting in, but I have a next call coming in.
No problem. Everybody wants to have their 2 piece.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in. The person hung up. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Luke. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. Where are you calling from?
Marvel.
Hello, where are you calling from?
Marvel.
Oh, Marvel. Go ahead, Marvel.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Yeah, man.
Jamaica just won a great victory.
Yes.
The people that must realize now that the ball is in their hands. God bless Jamaica. Thank you, Jeffrey, and the 30 will love us up, will teach us, and we are work. Yes, God bless you. That's all all me I say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Luke?
Well, dog, I sweat along here, I cover it. One, the people, them, yes, your Jamaican people died for like a victory. Paula got in her yard with last year, September money to this hour. Well, if him say she not forgot work. But you know, I would like to see how she's going to play this out, because when she opened out her eyes and she started to speak with the, you know, with her English, with her verbose English. How is she? How did you bring yourself to this? Why did you allow yourself to get here? Is this after all that time? A black woman rose to the office of DPP, and all of your male counterparts them never got there with such fanfare, and you are going in with an hour long head. Come on, Miss Llewellyn, man, shame on you, man. May they expect better.
Hello, caller. Welcome to the program. Good afternoon. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Every day bucket I go well. But I'm drop out now. Paula Llewellyn, but I'm drop out. I only work that when she move our things from our office. Somebody's here to watch her. I work to take the proper documents and don't take them now. Is Luke still on the line?
Yes, he is. Go ahead.
We have a question to Luke. A quick question. Luke, we talked yesterday about my son that meeting at the accident over Causeway. And the only policeman I tell him, say, them cannot take a report because the owner of the bus.
Didn't I tell you what to do, sir?
Yeah, but me call you back to get the number. You never.
I didn't. Okay, I do apologize about that, sir. I do apologize about that.
Yeah, so
Luke,
go
ahead.
I make Luke know. So my son got in the accident 2 weeks ago, and he went to the Unspear police station to make a report. He spent 3 days in the public hospital. After him come up, he went to make a report. The Unspear police said they cannot take a report because the owner of the bus live overseas, and the driver who's driving the bus not supposed to drive the bus. So what
break down, sir, break down that lie. That is for the very reason why the report must be taken.
Hold on.
No, sir, that is for the very reason why the report must be taken. You see what happened? When you have a lazy set of civil servants who believe, say, them no want to go through the court. But if the owner live overseas and that person can be identified, they can be duly served in another jurisdiction. And if the driver where drive the bus should not be driving it, he should have been arrested and charged for anything under the Road Traffic Act that says that he should not be driving. I'm going to ask you to call me, and I'm going to find the superintendent number, and if him don't answer you, I'm going to ask the SSP with the responsibility for Kingston Western, because I think that's the division in which that police station fall, the SSP to speak to you. But these are the things that you need to debunk. And when you go to a police station and them tell you them something there, you go to the police complaint and division and complain the police now do them work. Then they can't find your yard to take you out from under your bed when you tell the Prime Minister what to go do. But then can't tell you, the father of a traffic accident victim, how to go and see recourse. In the presser that they have, they have been advised about the new Traffic Act. So, sir, don't break down that lie. Break down that lie. Them can't tell you that, sir.
You see, all in thing I look. Me live in $4 over 30 years. And I was thinking about going back to Jamaica to live. But if me meet in an accident, me not going to get no benefit or recompense or nothing. And the police are going to me can't make no report. Me can't go back to Jamaica to live under this condition, boss.
But what would prevent you from making a report?
They said that the person, what he said to me yesterday, Luke, that the police officer told his son, Hunts Bay Police Station.
Yes.
Tell Easton Luke George Cook. Tell the man's son. So the person who is in charge of the van, who owned the van, live overseas. And the person who was driving the vehicle, they're supposed to drive the vehicle. So because the person live overseas, they can't take the
They cannot take a
report from him. What's going on in this country?
And again, I'm saying, I'm saying, Jeffrey, was there an accident?
Yes, there was an accident.
So, so why you can't take the accident report? Well, right? If there is an accident, you can take the accident report, and if it is a matter where the police feel that they don't have sufficient evidence to charge for any negligence that might be deemed as a criminal negligence, the gentleman can then proceed with the report and go to the civil court where he can seek redress.
Okay.
What I'm going to do, caller, is
all right, Jeffrey, after the program, again, call up the ISAT number.
No problem.
All right, thanks, keep it.
No, Paul, I'm going to tell you something. Don't go for you have to go for somebody.
Hold on.
Well, I don't know what ISAT specialties are, but let us look for somebody who are them have a track record of winning case when it comes to traffic accident. The only one I will tell you on this show, and Mr. Bignall is my public opinion. I wouldn't go to Bignall, but King On seems to have had a good track record in delivering to people some sense of justice and they fight for their client. But if you want to talk to ISAT, who am I to tell you not to? But when I'm looking for a lawyer, I'm going to, the first thing me have to ask, who have a high track record of winning cases.
Hold on for me. What Luke is saying, he does not know if Mr. Buchanan have any I wouldn't say knowledge. He has knowledge, but I don't think he practiced the law.
No, we don't know. We'd have to ask him if he specializes in accident. But I'm saying that you should also look for somebody who specializes in that area of the law and have a good track record and standing within the courts. That you know, so when, like how everybody knows that when Peter Champagne come, he makes even the devil look like an angel, if you know what I mean. Because what I would shudder to think that maybe this no, let me not say it, but I don't think Hunts Bay should have told you that. It goes against the grain. It goes against the grain. Suppose your son had gone, sir, and died as a result of the accident, God forbid. Would it be at that time that the police would show an interest when there's a dead body and not have gathered evidence that you could say in a matter brought before the court? It may be as a result of the accident that the gentleman succumbed to the injuries that he sustained. So why is it not a reportable offense? I'm a little bit peeved. I'm asking a policeman, but you can't go and talk to Jeffrey. So you say...
All right, Luke, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome,
and
sir.
thank you, Jeffrey. I still on the program. I listen to you on the program later.
Okay.
And thanks a lot.
You're welcome. My God. The amount of problems we're getting. 954-529-8030. We're not going to stay too long on this because we have been on it from about 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, man. And you run the galley, but Jeffrey, yes, he's a bad day again. You remember earlier on, remember so me fully done, so me have to explain from me, man. You remember when I said Jamaica now look on the justice system for now when people hear out a road. You see, this is what I understand why all them people have one govern we. You know what the young people them out the road are gonna say? She did it from September and get paid. So what if we chop the line? It is their action. It's their action is leading to these reactions, you know. And the people are going to say only because them are big people and we are not nobody. Mr. Holness, your citizens don't need to say that anymore. You come and you say you're the youngest and brightest thing whatever happened since Ostap turned from shingle till we're gone now. A good the concrete Ostap. Them things are not right, Mr. Holness. And your wife said it the other day. She said people must have said government corrupt, and that is what George said too. George on Nationwide said, when the opposition say that the government is corrupt, they forget that the whole of them is in the same house, and it doesn't speak volume for them. Jeffrey, go on talk. Let me ask the policeman here something, because me want to understand how the report, how you get when an accident occur. At what point you can take the report, but me can't call him name because I don't want nobody go put my bridge in it.
No. We're speaking to Luke. Well, actually, this is an extended version of the Mek Wi Talk program. We're going to go off here pretty soon because we'll be on it from about 11 o'clock. We bring the breaking news that the Director of Public Prosecution, Ms. Paula Llewellyn, I can't pronounce her name, has been, well, the Constitutional Court is saying that her tenure as DPP is up. They will never grant for an extension for her tenure. Now we are being told this afternoon by the oh Lord, where it is? Here it is. By the sorry about that. By a press conference by the leader of the opposition.
The man driving the bus, what did he say? He had what they said about him while they're driving the bus?
No. What happened? The guy who's driving the bus, he does not own the bus. The owner for the bus is overseas. That's all I said. And the guy who got hit down or something. Hold on there. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
He does not own the bus. The owner for the bus is overseas. That's all I said. And
Jeffrey.
Yes. Turn off your thing in the background, please, sir.
Wait 1 second.
Yes, Lou.
The officer in question is saying that reports can be made at any police station within that division, but if they choose to go back to Hunts Bay, they should ask to speak to the supervisor because they are not being, unless we don't know the full story, Jeffrey. But if that is the story that the caller is actually purporting, that him couldn't make a report because the driver must be the driver has to be charged if once so that is why you take a report for the police now to formulate what charges would apply to the driver. And when it comes to the owner of the bus, then once the driver is in custody, he has to give contact for the police to notify the driver. The driver is not in custody. The police station just tell them, so the owner of the bus is overseas and the driver can be held liable for anything that as a result of the accident. So they dismiss the.
We're coming
but they are saying that they can't take it. But I'm saying, do they go back to that police station, or could I direct them to come to you? Can I direct them to come to you and let them? Yeah, can I direct them to come to your police station and then you take them over to the traffic unit? Oh, no, they tell them come now, but they tell them Monday. Okay, good. Thanks. Thank you. If you wish to have the caller go to the traffic office of Dedham Town, and they can use my name there. They can just say that. Just ask the caller to call me, and I'll tell them how to how to do it. How to do it.
Yes. What I'll do, I'll give the caller your number to him to call you.
Yeah,
Lou,
man.
we're gonna wrap up here now. I want you to give your closing remarks to the Jamaican people. And
No,
this
today is a day when credence or validity has been given to the reason why we're fighting. It strengthens our resolve that that as a result of the work that we all have been doing, both the people around the microphone and both the people that have been contributing to Jamaica, when you hear a caller says, my back is broad, my lines are ready to take them on, they may throw stones and rock at me, but I'm ready to stand up for Jamaica. Jeffrey, that is when you know people are ready to fight for the heart and soul and the belly of this country that they know to be the land. Me hear when the caller them say, me live in Canada. I can just imagine you leaving your homeland to live in foreign land, and you never think that you can come back to the place that you were born and just be accepted into the community, and yet still you work through all of the weather systems in these lands. You contribute, but you also contribute to the people on your home front, and we cannot give you the reassurance that Jamaica is still the place for you to start a business, raise a family. We have done such a bad job. But look, we are the government. The people are the government. And we must take back our powers from those who are sons and daughters of former slaves who have not taken their overcoming with any great humility. It is an insult to think that the best prime minister allows somebody to work in a job from September and is collecting pay when the country's constitution says at the end of your tenure, Golden call the actual chapter, and he spoke specifically to the section, and he says, this is what the section says: once you have come here, it is now expected that you will demit office. And the country was not in a crisis that we can say, okay, the ebb and flow and the passing out of this person to pass on the baton to the forerunner could not have been done. But again, in the animal farm, Jeffrey, all of us were born equal, but some more than others. And if you look at just how in that story, the writer carefully now orchestrates for us a scene of a wholeness government, a Mark Golden leadership, and us, the people. Are we the horse? Are we the pig? What are we? So we must just now take it because here we're accustomed to being the silent majority to our fledgling democracy. So here we now. Many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. Don't ask me why, but we know that we need to stand up and say to this government, your time is expired. You have done us a great disservice. It's not just the Llewellyn matter. What else are you hiding from the people? That when we get wind of it, will we still have a country that we can call home? And remember, I am fully done. I'm not bright like them, because when me look for Miss Mallow, who for chairs masters in public administration, and she get her law degree from the University of London, and of them bright people, yeah, mash her up, so.
Yeah? Hold on for me, look. Let's call line. Hold on for me. Hold on for me, look. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Hi, Joshua. How you doing, man?
I'm here looking and living, sir. According to Mutty Perkins.
Man, this is the first time I'm calling, but
Thank
my
you.
wife.
Thank you for calling in.
Yes, I watch you all the time. You and Ratigan and Isaac and everyone.
Yes.
I'm a doctor by profession, so I don't have a lot of time. So
yes, sir.
I'm a forensic psychologist, but I'm a Jamaican from. But Jeffrey, I live in Orlando, Florida.
Yes.
And I always watch you and Ratigan. And what you did this morning, you have brought sanity to the diaspora here with my friends in the hospital here. That you, at least give us an opportunity to see Mark Gold and what happened with Paula. Now, what I'm going to get off here because I have some work to do, but I don't know if you guys are going to talk about Terry Long. He painted Jamaica last night.
Yes.
And with a false impression across the entire world.
Sorry to cut you. What I'm going to do is, I decide not to speak about him today. What I decide to do is to give Mr. Ratigan the opportunity tomorrow on Regent Ratigan to speak about it, because what the Minister of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade did was to let people believe that there is no problem in Jamaica whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. And that is so deceptive.
It is.
Yes, so I really appreciate your show, man, and everything that you guys are doing. And everybody I come across now are watching you, and I'm getting ready to contribute to what I have to do to make a legal fund. I'm fully on board with all of us here in Orlando, man.
Thank you so much, sir. And Doc, I appreciate your call, sir. It's an honor to have you on my program, sir.
Beautiful, sir. You have a wonderful day and a blessed one.
Thank you so much. You too, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Terry Long is one of the biggest false prophets. Him tongue soon drop out.
Look, you see, when you have people from all walks of life calling you pertaining to what is going on in our country, and yet these people are painting and they have their propagandists on social media painting as if it's a rosy picture. By the way, I'm giving you a joke. A couple days ago, I decided to go over to TikTok and I find the great Chopper John on TikTok, and Chopper done me. He done me on TikTok. But you know what? I will not stoop as low as those people. Because
no man, Jeffrey, man. What you mean you not start? Chopper done you? Chopper did looking at the mirror at a reflection of him born low, grow cheaper, have bad habit. And decided to have a conversation. It must have been a meeting because he's self-employed with himself and himself. No, let me tell you something. Stop this Michelle Obama crap. When they go low, we go high. Chopper, you're a national disgrace. Chopper, you are a national disgrace. Anytime the mama lashy them come out, you know, so them have to fend for them food.
You know why this is
look here, Jeffrey, anytime you see them start attack you, you know that you're doing something right. So don't even whine. But anytime that you see black mouth dogs start cast them mouth by you, but no worry, my brother. Finger never say look there, no, it always say look yeah. Big finger never say look there. Where them always say your index finger never say look there. It always say look here. And that is the problem with Jamaica. You can't talk your mind without people persecute you and don't make it personal. He wasn't attacking you, Jeffrey Tavares. Because you know, got Chopper, you ask him for him key, or you ask him for moving his spot. Oh.
In Liverman to go be at the Speaker House, the Deputy Speaker House.
Yeah. So let us move on because Chopper is filter and we don't talk about, we flush things like that in the toilet. Move on, man. Let's move on from Chopper. Waste of time. malignant cancer on the society, feeding at the speakers' crumbs, like how Lazarus fed on from that Dives table. Move on, fools. Fools.
Past fools. I laughed at him, you know. I didn't bother say anything. Anyway,
them don't have one spine in them back.
I must say it's been an honor this afternoon from 11 o'clock this morning until now. It has been an honor to serve my Jamaican people, both here in Diaspora and at home in Jamaica. And I speak on the behalf of Luke George Cook, and I speak on the behalf of Wilfred Radigan, Herb Nelson Jr., Rupert Francis, and others. It has been an honor. It has been an honor of mine to serve you, the Jamaican people. And I want to say thank you all for making the Mek Wi Talk YouTube channel one of your own. And I want to say something. There's a fake YouTube channel out there named Mek Wi Talk. It has nothing to do with Jeffrey Tavares. Somebody decided to make a YouTube channel named Mek Wi Talk. My Mek Wi Talk channel is Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares LLC. So when you go out and give anybody, it is Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares LLC. That's on YouTube. Okay? There's a fake YouTube channel out there named Mek Wi Talk, and they talk about everything. It has nothing to do with me. My YouTube channel is Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares LLC. And I want to say to you all, thank you all very much. Like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. And whatever you do, remember your island home, Jamaica. Remember your island home, Jamaica. OT, behave yourself. Remember your island home, Jamaica. And we will continue to speak up for the fundamental rights of the Jamaican people. I am so happy. I got 3 calls this morning, and this one about Paula now make me rejoice. You know, it's the 4th thing that happened good this morning. 2 or 3 persons from my Mek Wi Talk YouTube channel reach out to me and say, Mr. Tavares, you did something for me. It coming to pass and whatever. I thank you all very much for calling in. I thank you. I appreciate every single one of your calls. Thank you so much for being a part of this channel, for being a part of this organization to move this country of ours forward. Because without we standing up.
Jeffrey.
Yes, Luke.
You know what I remember my grandmother always when you see she is perturbed by something and you hear people tell lie, and I always hear she say, my grandson, if me talk all truth, street and lady that mash up. And then me hear she bust out in a one song and say, I am the rejected fruit. I am the rejected fruit. I am the baddest. I am the wickedest. I am the rejected fruit. And then she laughed. She always bust out a laugh and said, the last shall be first and the first shall be last. What a hell if they never come on and start to talk. For when you see them put out them good talk, spokey people like, and you know, this is what is even more sad. You look at them.
Let me take this call. Hold on for me. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vumva V, Mr. Vumva Va. I'm Mr. Luke George. I have a song to sing for you, Jeffrey. It's only maybe 3 lines. Can I sing my song?
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. What a war for Labour Party. What a war. What a war for Labour Party. What a war. Papa gone home and Andrew get what a war for Labour Party. What a war.
Oh my God.
Okay. We love you. Jamaica loves you.
Thank you
The
very much.
diaspora loves you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for calling it.
In all well-thinking Jamaica, here and abroad, liberation for the Jamaican people. Liberation. That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. The can of worm is open.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for
All
calling.
right. Take care of yourself. No problem.
Bye-bye.
Jeffrey, I bring out the talent them today. Look like we have to do a singing competition. Cause the lady right there don't play the water. Whoa, for Jamaica labor. Yes, so is insurrection. That now them are gonna say we are starting now.
Me I tell you,
Insurrection.
Situation, what a we been wailing, lightning and thunder, what a woe. I say, what a woe situation, what a woe. We
Jeffrey.
rolling, lightning and thunder, what a. Yes, go ahead.
Me gonna let you know, cause I weeping and wailing this because today we hear say I whole heap more for come and I'm whole heap a quarter go. But all of a sudden, you see, when you start the trend and the PMP, them take it and run with it, I hope them give credit where credit is due. Mr. Rattigan got us to start taking people to court. So big up Mr. Rattigan because this is your baby. And so everybody now is a court where I go. You can imagine when me I go say me I can't government go court myself, yeah. I'm do if I have money, but me I go apply to the one legal fund. To you, Mr. Tavares, for the exceptional job that you're doing. You are a good son of the soil. And I pray like our old time people that say, may God bless you and your store basket never run empty. Continue, my brother, to do the work that you are doing. Pressure, sometimes press down on every side, but I'm glad that they cannot and they will not and they will never destroy you. And as long as you have voice, my brother, speak, because the voice of the poor and those who speak for the poor speak with the voice of God. There's a righteous wind blowing to our back, Jeffrey. The time I come. The time I come. The solar eclipse, yeah, man, them get a blackout, them get a heart attack, them never anticipate, and much more to come. We're black on Tuesday, body when Parliament resume, and they are to have the full discussion on several things that are affecting us here in Jamaica. To your listeners, I say, God bless you one and all, and may you be blessed. Even those who are our greatest critics, we love you too. Without you, we wouldn't know what a strong program we have. You have created for us the content to continue to advocate on the behalf of the people who sometimes feel that there is no hope for them. Yes. Thank God we represent the hope. One moment. We represent the hope that the people are so desperate. What a way people are just glad for any small victory. Regrettable, Sister Paula, regrettably, you did not see this coming. And so much.
Hold on. Good afternoon. Welcome to Mek Wi Talk program.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeffrey. How are you doing?
Here, sir. Tell somebody saying something salt through wooden spoon. Me not something on though.
No, good man. Me just catch the tail end of the program, driving, heard the great news of the result of hard work from people like yourself and the rest of the team.
Yes.
And just like George said, and I think I told you this weeks before when me hear I get rattled up by the same Mr. Chopper and whatever she name on that about. Yeah, and pressure. Yeah, listen up. You are too relevant for them. You're relevant so much that's them listen, them not a choice, Them not have no choice but to make you the center of them business because listen, man, me tell you, me say stand up in their neck and apply pressure. I tell Wayne, I tell everybody the same thing. You guys are doing. Listen, we now move some serious mountains. And the good part of this is that people are catching on. Like God says, the message is being spread. More people are hearing. More people are not only hearing, but listening and getting involved in this movement. And this is just a little tips in the bucket for what is to come, And with her getting out of the picture, because she was one of them cornerstones in, with her not being in the picture, all the plans that are in the pipeline, it just have a bust out. And we just have to sit back. We're going to have many more good days like these, Jeffrey. I tell you that. We're going to have many more days to laugh and rejoice and clap with hands. Because these works not going in vain. Your endless, your sleepless nights and careless mornings where you get up and have to put your shoes together. It not going in vain, you know, Jeffrey. And you see, I didn't need...
And a regular computer not even working properly.
But listen, man. You know, I'm saying this is a workman blame tool, but you have great tools, you do great work.
Oh, yes.
That me I tell you. You understand? I mean, I say, brother, just keep up the fire. No stop, because you guys, I know you guys are aware by now the kind of love and support that is here for you guys from the diaspora all around the world, right back to Jamaica. And I'm telling you that skills are moved slowly from over some people's eyes, and it is going to be a brighter day. You know, and like I say, me just come and catch a little 12 when for the last part of the program, but we think you might go off soon.
It's the last one because I've been on it from about 11 o'clock this morning when the breaking news happened.
Okay, all right. So as always, you know, you have my support.
Yes, man.
And many more other people, and just keep up the work. Make chopper chat, because that's all it can do. You think what I know? You think them can have time to do no research to put no good program forward. Them not have time to do it because them have to watch you. Them have to watch Carlos. Them not have no time to do no great research. So then go and chat. You are the subject, you know. You guys are the subject, so they will always talk about you.
Yes.
Give them more to talk about, brother. Have a good weekend here. I'll catch you down the road. All right, cool.
Bye-bye. For all those YouTubers out there, Win Lonesome, Win Global, call us, my good friend. Hold on there, back foot. Good afternoon, welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
One thing I must say I'm asking for is that as much as we are in the diaspora and we are fighting for Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
My grandmother always tell me, "Cause where you go, not cause where you come from." But as much as we are fighting, Jamaicans that are listening, that are on the program right now, that live in Jamaica, wanna stop. Things that everybody else needs to bend out them back for you know. And not go bend out for yourself. You need to start stand up. See something, say something, and stop being afraid. Because I believe that if one of us die for a cause and something happen, it will be an example. Stop saying, "Oh, me not say nothing because I'm afraid, me not say nothing." But why do you think we in the diaspora need to fight for you're there living it every day? We need to fight for you, and you sit down and read the sweetness and not say nothing. You won't go and vote, you say you're not voting because you don't vote because government now do nothing for you. Government now do nothing for you, then you don't need to complain and say anything. We all need to put in whatever it is that we have to do. But you cannot just sit on your loins and expect everybody else to break them back for you. You have to put in the sweat. The same sweat equity that the diaspora is putting in, you need to put in your sweat equity also. You cannot sit back and say, "Oh, I'm not doing anything. Oh, I'm not voting. Oh, I'm afraid. Me this, me that, me that." No. See something, say something. You have to be willing to fight. Because if you're not willing to fight, then none of us are willing to fight for you. Then we need to back off and let the duck get what the duck gets. You need to stop saying, "Me now vote, me now this, me now that." You need to start fight and start chat.
Indeed. Indeed, Meg.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye. Wow. Wow. I'm about to read something, and every time I make to read the thing, the next call coming in. You know, here we go again.
Jeffrey?
Good afternoon, Mek Wi Talk. Sorry, good afternoon to the Mek Wi
Uncle
Talk
Jeffrey.
program.
No worry. Uncle Jeffrey, can we just quickly say happy birthday to Big Youth, Isaac Father, please?
Oh, yes.
Yes, let me pick him up, man. Happy birthday, Big Youth. Anyway, you stand up.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye. On the behalf of the Mek Wi Talk program, I want to say Happy birthday to one of Jamaica's icon, one of Jamaica's well-renowned singer around the world, Big Youth, the father of attorney at law Isaac Buchanan. Big Youth, happy birthday to you, my friend. May you live to see many, many more. And may God continue to bless and keep you. From the Mek Wi Talk program, happy birthday, my brother. Happy birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go. Thank you all very much for tuning in. And I want to say thanks to that doctor who called in from Orlando. All my Orlando viewers, respect you. Like, share, and subscribe to the Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Orlando, how you doing? I wish I could do an outside broadcast someday, one of these days. But who knows? God is in control. Maybe he'll allow that to happen. Thank you very much, Doc, for calling in. Thank you for being a part of the program, Doc. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. To all those around the globe, in Africa, all over the globe, thank you all very much for being a part of this program. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much for putting me in your homes, in your cars, on your devices. Thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of you. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. And always, always put your country first. No, always put God first, yourself, but always put your country in the forefront of everything that you think about. Because Jamaica is our home. And that little piece of rock in the Caribbean Sea is bleeding from within. It's crying out for mercy. It's crying out for help. And let's continue to fight for the gem of the Caribbean. Until you hear my voice again, may God continue to bless our island home, Jamaica. And may God continue to bless the people of Jamaica. And may we continue to fight for the country that we dearly love. Fight for what we believe in. Fight for justice, peace, tranquility. Continue to fight for the rock that we call home. Because if we don't fight for Jamaica, no one else will. No one else will. Anything would appreciate, anything that you can give would appreciate it towards helping me to get another computer. I don't like asking for anybody for anything. But if you can assist me in getting a computer, I would appreciate it because I need help to get a computer. Really need help. That's my Zelle information in the chat room there. Anything that you can give, I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. And as I always say, may God bless you. And may God bless Jamaica land we love. Have a great evening, everyone. See you all.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Mek Wi Talk. People. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Mek Wi Talk.